Thank you very much, and welcome. The committee shall come to order. We are meeting today to consider 14 bills. All have been properly noticed and circulated electronically, along with copies of timely filed amendments, and will be available in the committee repository at docs.house.gov. Late amendments are also circulated electronically. Pursuant to committee rules, members of the committee may submit written opening statements for the record. I ask that members may revise and extend the remarks in the bill to be considered at this markup and have those remarks included in the record. Without objection, so ordered. Without objection, the chair may also declare a recess subject to the call of the chair. Pursuant to Committee Rule 3I and the House Rule 11, Clause 2, I announce that I may postpone further proceedings today on the question of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered. Documents, amendments, or motion must be submitted to HNRC docs email from House-maintained email addresses. Pursuant to Committee Rule 3L and the latest guidance from the attending physician, anyone present in the hearing room today must wear a mask covering their mouth and nose. Please note that members are responsible for their own microphones. Members can be muted by staff only to avoid inadvertent background noise. I strongly recommend that members use the grid view and pin the timer so it remains visible. Members experiencing technical problems should inform the committee staff immediately. And before we move on to the first order of business, let me I want to say a quick word to my colleagues in the committee. The minority was provided the text for all the bills we are considering today a full week ago. In the notice for this meeting, I asked that amendments be filed by 2 p.m. yesterday. We have received more than 20 amendments filed well after the deadline last night and earlier this morning. We are providing more than ample notice, so members, so you have plenty of time to file your amendments on time. If your amendment is a good faith attempt to change the bill and you would like it to be taken seriously, I would suggest that we file it in a timely manner so that all members will have the opportunity to react, to understand, and to be able to deal with whatever amendment comes forward. So let me now calling up the first measure and calling up and reading the measure. The item for consideration is HR 2773, offered by Representative Dingle. I ask unanimous consent that the Subcommittee on Water, Oceans, and Wildlife and the Subcommittee for Indigenous Peoples of the United States be discharged from further consideration of the bill, and without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. The chair now recognizes the sponsor of the legislation, Representative Dingle, for 5 minutes. Representative, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Ranking Member Westerman, for including the Recovering America's Wildlife Act in today's full committee markup. We are in the midst of an unprecedented biodiversity crisis. Without a change in the way we finance fish and wildlife conservation, the list of federally threatened and endangered species will grow from nearly 1,600 species today to thousands more in the future. In fact, the number of birds in the United States and Canada have fallen by 29% since 1970, a decline of almost 3 billion fewer total birds. These developments threaten our common environmental heritage, reduce opportunities for outdoor recreation, and will require costly and aggressive emergency room measures under the Endangered Species Act if we don't address them soon. The cost of inaction is immense. The longer we wait to address the issue, the more resources we are going to ultimately need to safeguard our nation's wildlife and environment. That is why the Recovering America's Wildlife Act is necessary. The legislation provides approximately $1.4 billion in dedicated annual funding to the states, the territories, and Native American tribes for proactive conservation efforts for the 12,000 species of wildlife and plants identified under state wildlife action plans. This bold investment in our nation's wildlife will pay significant dividends. It will allow states to take proactive action that will prevent at-risk species from becoming endangered. Additionally, the chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute makes important technical corrections to the legislation. There is such a broad group of stakeholders supporting the Recovering America's Wildlife Act, and the fact that it is so broad underscores the need for action and the support for this approach. Leading conservation organizations, sportsmen's groups, businesses all support the legislation for a really important reason. It utilizes proven funding mechanisms, boldly addresses pressing conservation needs, and prevents the need for more costly interventions in the future. We've received letters of support from a bipartisan group of 6 Great Lakes governors, as well as groups like the Congressional Sportsman Foundation and countless tribal organizations. And I would like to ask unanimous consent to enter these into the record, Mr. Chairman.
So ordered.
The Recovering America's Wildlife Act is the product of years of work, of bringing all of us together, consultation with these stakeholders, all of us here, members of the House and the Senate, bipartisan, like we can get some things done in a bipartisan, nonpartisan American way. And it does have very broad bipartisan support. We have a conservation, economic, and moral rationale to act in order to protect and recover America's wildlife for future generations. This is an opportunity to take historic action to address a pressing conservation need, and I strongly urge my colleagues to support this legislation. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Does any member wish to be recognized on the bill?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Representative Huffman here.
Mr. Huffman, you're recognized. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Grijalva, and I want to thank Congresswoman Debbie Dingell for her tireless work. She's been such a champion in bringing the Recovering America's Wildlife Act, or RAWA, to this vote. This is one of the most important, impactful bipartisan bills that we will see in this committee. 145 co-sponsors, very strong bipartisan support. RAWA provides desperately needed funding for wildlife conservation by amending the Pittman-Robertson Wildlife Restoration Act. This, of course, derives funds from excise taxes on guns and ammunition and makes those funds available for conservation. And this bill would increase that funding by $1.3 billion per year to help states and territories and tribes in their efforts to conserve, restore, and protect wildlife and wildlife habitat. As Congresswoman Dingell noted, we face an extinction crisis. State and local budgets are stretched thin, and our underinvestment in protecting wildlife and habitat has unfortunately made the price of providing this lifeline funding even more expensive than it could have been. So this is needed. I know Congresswoman Dingell has done a great job with outreach and engagement with all of the stakeholders that are involved. It's been a truly collaborative process to revise and create the best bill possible. So look, whether you are a hunter or an angler, a bird watcher, a hiker, Democrat or Republican, I think we all should want to help our wildlife thrive. I'm proud to be an original co-sponsor of this bill, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes. Yield back.
Gentleman yields. Thank you, Mr. Huffman. Anyone else, any other member wish to be recognized on the bill?
Mr. Chairman, it's Westerman.
Mr. Westerman, you're recognized for 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to commend the Representative Dingell for her efforts on this bill, and also for the Republican co-sponsors on the bill. This is good policy. It's needed policy. And I think anybody who cares about having a safer, healthier, cleaner environment for the future would see that this bill is important. Wildlife is an indicator, and it's an indicator of good habitat. I would say the real name of this bill should be Recovering America's Habitat Act, because to recover wildlife, you have to fix the habitat. And this bill is It's about fixing habitat, and it's about doing it and allowing states and tribes and people who are closest to to where it's needed to do the work. It implies that there's action because it's recovering. It implies that we're going to go in and do management. So I support the policy in the bill. Actually, I wish I could be a co-sponsor of this bill as well, because it would direct funding to state and fish wildlife departments to help them develop and implement wildlife conservation strategies with the goal of recovering species listed under the Endangered Species Act and preventing at-risk species from being listed. This bill would also provide similar funding for Indian tribes to carry out wildlife conservation and restoration programs to manage species of greatest conservation need along with their habitats. I support the intent of this bill because I think states and tribes generally do a better job of managing fish and wildlife and conserving habitat within their borders. The states and tribes are closer to the ground and have a better idea of what's going on versus federal agencies operating out of a regional office or even worse, an office in Washington, D.C. However, there are three adjectives that give me raw heartburn, and those adjectives are mandatory, permanent, and non-offset. And those are adjectives that describe the spending that this bill would create. The bill diverts $1.4 billion annually from the U.S. Treasury, and there's no pay for listed for that mandatory spending. This is all happening while our national debt continues to balloon. President Biden said that his Build Back Better plan was paid for. Now, we know the Congressional Budget Office proved that to be false, that it wasn't all paid for. But with this bill, there isn't even a plan to pay for these much needed services, all while inflation has hit its 40-year high. In addition, the bill lacks a sunset provision for Congress to evaluate and make necessary changes to this program as it develops. That means $1.4 billion will be siphoned off from the Treasury every year for infinity without stopping to look at whether it's doing any good. In my opinion, that's just not good government. It is good government to ensure that any spending program is working and is being used on what it is intended for. I understand the majority can pass this bill out of committee, can pass it out of the floor. But I hope if this bill does pass today, that we will take a very serious look at how to address the spending, that we get this out of mandatory spending. We're going to offer some amendments today. We've looked at it, and I commend Representative Dingle for reaching out, and our staff at the staff level. We just haven't been able to come up with an agreement on how to do the pay-fors, but we want to continue working on that. And this bill would require that states submit state wildlife action plans along with reports every 3 years to account for their past and future spending under the bill. Overloading states with more work does little to help Congress understand whether this program is working or not, since this is guaranteed spending forever under the bill. And lastly, I want to reiterate what Ranking Member Bentz highlighted in the hearing for this bill regarding the Endangered Species Act. While funding is part of what is needed for species recovery and conservation, we must improve the regulatory side of the equation as well. Well, we have voiced these concerns, and I appreciate efforts across the aisle to talk with us to try to find an agreement on the bill. And unfortunately, we're not there in terms of financing for the bill today, but I believe if we continue to work together, we can get to that point, because this should be a high priority. This is about our children, our grandchildren, and them being able to not only experience the wildlife that we have in America right now, but enhanced habitat, enhanced species, and like I said, a cleaner, safer, and healthier environment going forward. However, because of the spending side of it, I cannot support the bill at this time. And as I mentioned, I intend to offer a few amendments to try to improve the bill to actually pay for it. My amendments are offered in good faith with a hope that we can work together during and after this markup to resolve many of these issues. I look forward to the debate today, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any other member wish to be recognized on HR
Mr. Chair.
2773?
Mr. Chair, Stauber.
Let me go to Ms. Fernandez first, and then I'll go to you, sir.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Stauber, for allowing me to move forward. I really want to also thank Representative Dingle and want to thank my colleague from New Mexico, Senator Martin Heinrich, for leading this effort on the Senate side. As been mentioned here, you know, wildlife also contributes to our outdoor recreation economy. In New Mexico, it supports 25,000 jobs. But as we all recognize, our beautiful and beautifully diverse wildlife is not just, it's just not about jobs, it's also about our culture and our identity in New Mexico. We know that wildlife and wildlife habitat is under threat from climate change, invasive species, diseases, and more. New Mexico alone has more than 50 endangered or threatened species. So the additional $1.3 billion made available through this bill is critical for states, territories, and tribes in their efforts to conserve, restore, and protect wildlife and wildlife habitat, both to support threatened and endangered species, and perhaps even more importantly, keep species from ever becoming threatened. As we all recognize, it's better and more affordable to take proactive steps to preserve our wildlife rather than struggling to save endangered species from extinction. The tribes in New Mexico, I can tell you, are excellent at preserving biodiversity, at conserving their lands and the wildlife found on their lands. But also importantly, working with others who are tied to their lands is very important. And I can tell you that local landowners in New Mexico have shared with me their desire to work together and in a collaborative way with the state and the tribes to protect habitat for wildlife. What they recently told me was, un poquito para vos, un poquito para las criaturas de Dios. If we share with each other, we must also share with the creatures of God. So I want to once again thank the Congresswoman for putting this bill forward today. I urge a yes vote and I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Stauber. You're recognized, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to thank my colleague from Michigan, Representative Dingle, who has put a lot of work into this. And I'll tell you, Representative, I was up in the great Upper Peninsula visiting my son at Michigan Tech this weekend, and I tell you what an opportunity that we have. So, with that being said, I want to gently state some concerns I have with this bill. And, I rise today in support of conservation and our sportsmen and women nationwide. And unfortunately, I'm not able to support HR 2773 in its current form. Pittman Robertson was set up voluntarily by sportsmen because they know better than anyone else the importance of conservation. Our hunting community volunteered to have excise tax levied on rifles, shotguns, archery equipment, ammunition, and more, so our kids and grandkids can enjoy our hunting way of life, not only in northern Minnesota, but throughout this great country. And that was the beauty of Pittman Robertson. Funds are raised by those participating and spent directly on conservation without burdening the taxpayer. And in its current form, this legislation, it does burden the taxpayer with another $1.3 billion annually without any sort of pay for. And right now in our country, obviously we all know the worst inflation in 40 years. And so this is something that the spending part of it is very concerning. And I also would say that we also have to look at the Endangered Species Act and look at reforming some of that, like the spotted owl, for example, in northern Minnesota, has recovered, but it's still on the list, and it's preventing us from logging up in northern Minnesota. So I think that with that, and our constituents, as you know, are paying more for everything today, and I don't think that's the answer to continue to balloon government automatic mandated spending. So I think that right now our retailers, for instance, have very little to no ammunition to sell, for example, which can put monies into this fund. And it's a critical component of hunting, of course, ammunition. And if you talk to any of the hundreds of thousands of deer hunters or hunters in Minnesota, they'll tell you that ammunition is scarce at this time. And I think that there's a constituent of mine that owns a outdoor family outfitters, and it's Drew Arnold from Reed's. He testified at a forum that we held before Christmas that hunting supply chains are so bad right now that that sporting good, Reed's Sporting Goods, only received a fraction of the deer stands they need to sell. And so this was weeks after the deer season. So I will just offer up, I think that that as we go through this bill, for those on the Zoom call, I think that that there's going to be some amendments that can improve it. But I really, I wholeheartedly support conservation, as you all know, and I think we all agree. But spending another $1 billion+ mandatory spending without a pay for is not the answer at this time. And I'm looking forward to the discussion on this hearing today. And again, I want to commend Representative Dingle, who has done just a fantastic job on this. And I want you to know, Debbie, that your work doesn't go unnoticed. But I'm gently not supportive of this because of the mandated $1 billion+ in spending. So I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized?
Chairman Jennifer Gonzalez here.
Please, gentlelady's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to express my support for HR 2773. I think this is a bipartisan legislation that Representative Zingle and Funtenberry sponsor, and I am a proud co-sponsor of this bill. I think this bill will help promote and enhance our nation's conservation efforts by ensuring our states and territories have the necessary funds and flexibilities to carry out wildlife recovery strategies, as well as initiatives that may prevent the listing of additional species under the Endangered Species Act. I think this bill will provide, of course, the funds necessary, the $1.3 billion annually that will be dedicated funding to help implement their state wildlife action plans, which identify species of greatest conservation need in the habitats on which they depend. And of course, the conservation policies needed to sustain and restore their populations. I think conservation is the most effective when led by states and local entities, as they are the ones closest to the ground that can thus employ strategies tailored to the unique needs. I think the collaboration between the private and federal stakeholders is also crucial, but unfortunately, federal funding to facilitate and support these efforts, which is provided through animal appropriations under the State Wildlife Grant Program, has been extremely limited. In the case of Puerto Rico, it has frankly been inadequate, as the formula under that program limits the island to receive no more than 0.5% of the funds, where each state can receive between 1% and 5%. And that's the reason I'm pleased to say that this Recovering America's Wildlife Act will fund state and territory-led conservation efforts through the Wildlife Conservation and Restoration Program, and to revise the funding allocation formula under that sub-account to ensure that Puerto Rico and the territories essentially receive state-like treatment. This will result in additional resources to help authorities implement and carry out the necessary strategies to address the 317 species of greatest conservation need that are identified in our state wildlife action plan, such as the Puerto Rican parrot. I want to recognize also the Puerto Rican Ornithology Society, or SOPI, as we call it in Spanish, who's been advocating for the passage of this bill and highlighting how it will benefit wildlife conservation efforts and outdoor recreation opportunities in Puerto Rico and across the rest of the United States. For all these reasons that I mentioned, I'll be supporting the passage of the bill, but I do also recognize and understand some of the concerns that have and will be raised during today's markup, and of course the amendments that are going to be presented. It's my sincere hope that as the legislative process moves forward, these concerns can be addressed with bipartisan support to ensure that we finally get the Recovery America's Wildlife Act across the finish line. I want to say thank you to Congresswoman Dingell for her leadership and for bearing this bill. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on HR 2773?
Rob Whitman.
Mr. Whitman, you're recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the bill's chief co-sponsors, Representative Dingell, Representative Fortenberry, for the tremendous amount of work that's gone into this bill. It's incredibly important to understand what Preserving America's Wildlife Act is about. It's about taking the thoughts and ideas that come from our states and our tribes and putting them into action through the effort that the federal government makes. So it's actually unifying the effort on what we're doing to preserve our wildlife and inland fisheries resources. It's incredibly important to have that sort of effort. A lot has gone into this. I am an original co-sponsor of the bill. HR 2773, I think, goes a long way to putting forth the necessary unified effort to make sure we're doing everything we can to protect not only the species, but as Ranking Member Westerman said, the habitat. It's incredibly important as we see all these pressures around us today on habitat, especially critical habitat, that we have this sort of unified effort that engages and enables the states, our commonwealths, our tribes to work together to make sure that we are conserving these incredibly important natural resources that we have. I think that's incumbent upon us to do everything we can within that realm. So I want to thank all the members that have co-sponsored this bill. I do want to emphasize too that there needs to be continued work to look at the pay force here. I think the financial concerns on this are very valid, and I hope that we all continue to work in that realm as this bill makes its way through the process. Making sure that we pay for things is as important as preserving and conserving those natural resources that have been bestowed upon us by our creator. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm in strong support of the bill. Encourage everyone on the committee to continue to work together to find the pay force for the bill. And I believe that this is a great step forward for our nation's wildlife resources, for our habitat, and for enabling and engaging and empowering states, commonwealths, and tribes in their efforts to preserve these natural resources. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Thank you. Anyone else, any other member wish to be recognized on 2773 HR?
Mr. Chairman, Graves, Louisiana.
Mr. Graves, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I first want to respond to the admonition you made about submitting amendments after the deadline. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask you a question. Could you inform the committee as to when you determined that this bill was going to be on the markup agenda for today?
When do we determine that? That was weeks ago.
Okay, but then the notice was made on Friday afternoon, as I recall. So I think
This was provided to minority staff a full week ago, sir. Full list.
Mr. Chairman, the notice went out on Friday afternoon, number one. Number two, you just actually implicated your own amendment because hours after the quote deadline, you filed an amendment. Number three, I just want to remind you, committee rules are actually what govern. And so to come in and start imposing arbitrary deadlines and timelines, I just think is inappropriate. It's the committee rules that we need to follow. Now, actually speaking about the bill, Mr. Chairman, I want to join the chorus of support for Congresswoman Dingell's efforts on this legislation. Absolutely, making investments in our ecosystem and our wildlife is something that is critical. For years, in fact, she and I spoke last night. I worked with her husband many years ago on legislation to try to achieve these very objectives. However, I also want to point out something that's really important. This bill, as it's currently drafted, spends $13 billion over the next 10 years without offsets. It's mandatory spending. And to those people at home that may be watching this, first of all, God bless you for sitting through this. But second of all, what this effectively means is that you are saying that these investments are more important than any other investments that the federal government has a responsibility or an obligation to carry out. You're saying that this is mandatory spending. This does not go through the appropriations process. And I want to make note, Mr. Chairman, that that you can look at the number of co-sponsors on this bill that are actually on the appropriations committee. There's some irony there because these are the very people that could have been prioritizing this investment through the appropriations process every single year, and they haven't done it. Now, much more local for me and for the people that we represent. Mr. Chairman, we've gone round and round over the years, you and I have, about how this committee has repeatedly taken funds from offshore energy revenues generated off the coast of Louisiana and sent them to California, sent them to all of these national parks and wildlife refuges and conservation efforts all over the United States, but not right there in the very area where we have one of the greatest environmental crises in our nation. We have lost over 2,000 square miles of our coast. This area that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has called the most productive habitat on the North American continent. Yet the bill effectively does nothing for that. We offered an amendment a few years ago to deem Cajuns as endangered species, just to allow our people and our habitat to be treated as fairly, or at least not less fair than wildlife. And unfortunately, we've continued to watch as this committee has discriminated against the people that we represent, discriminated against the area that we represent. It's even been embodied explicitly in documents by the Biden administration in their budget documents that they won't fund projects in this region. And I can't stand here and watch as we go out and spend billions and billions of dollars. We prioritize this over addressing some of the real needs facing Americans today with prices skyrocketing in energy and electricity at the grocery store, and watching trillions and trillions of dollars go out the door and not addressing the real priorities that America has. And so, let me circle back and say, I really do appreciate my friend, Ms. Dingell, leading this legislation. I appreciate her efforts to fight for wildlife and habitat investments, but we've got to keep this within the context of what's going on in this country today, what the priorities of America are today, and ensuring that we're not out there just flippantly spending the taxpayers' treasure on things without a sunset, without an expiration. In 100 years, this program still spends $1.3 billion a year. We've got to find the right balance here, Mr. Chairman, and yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on the legislation?
Representative Tiffany.
Mr. Tiffany, you're recognized, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and Happy New Year to you and everyone else on the committee. Along with some of my colleagues on this side of the aisle, I do not support this bill. And, while in the scheme of things, it's a small amount of money, we have to start somewhere in reining in the spending that's coming from Washington, D.C. Because my colleague that just preceded me here from Louisiana, he began to hit on this. With this mandatory spending, we are driving up inflationary pressures. And while this may be a small part of it, it nonetheless will contribute to it. And Americans are feeling this in every way, shape, and form. The increased costs for everything that they do in life, and it's even extending now to where the grocery shelves and other shelves are not stocked the way they should be. And part of that is the inflationary pressures that are out there and people buying things that, quite honestly, I talked to some people, they're buying more stuff than they really need to, and it's because they are stocking up. They are deeply concerned about what is happening here in America in regards to inflation, as well as the supply chain problems that are out there in their many different iterations. Second thing is, if we're going, I would consider voting for a bill like this if there was reform to the Endangered Species Act. It is time both the ESA and NEPA are reformed by the Congress of the United States. Important laws that over the span of time really need to be amended and that there be some changes made to it. And I think about the wolf in northern Wisconsin. Fortunately, the Trump administration was able to delist the wolf in the Great Lakes states. And but we have species that we have to make sure that there is an exit for species that have recovered. And that's one of the things that I would like to see happen with reforms to the Endangered Species Act. And I'd be happy to talk to the bill's author about including something like that in order to get to a yes on an issue like this. But this is also, having served in our state legislature and chaired a natural resources committee, I saw how this played out in real time. And I'll give you a real world example. In Wisconsin, we have the wood turtle that is recognized as a species of interest. It's not endangered, but it's a species of interest. Well, there's been all kinds of criteria set up around wood turtles now and how there needs to be preservation and things like that. And it's having a direct impact on people throughout Wisconsin, including loggers, where they're creating special rules for a species that is not endangered, but is on a list as a result of a federal program where money flowed down. And of course, you had the Natural Resources Agency. They're not going to turn down that money, and they're going to spend it on the next program, which is to identify something that could become the next endangered species, but what really is not an endangered species. So you end up with this money actually creating problems or in search of a problem, which is really unnecessary. So I think there are much better uses for this money. For one, we could keep it in the pockets of the taxpayers of the United States of America. But I won't support this bill until we see reform of the ESA, and certainly our budget deficits should be of great concern. Final thing I would say in regards to this, and we're hearing this from members on both sides of the aisle, and we see it throughout these documents here. We see the term preserving, being used all the time. And we see the term management used very rarely. Management is the key to our natural resources. That's how we became one of the greatest countries in the history of mankind, is we manage natural resources effectively. Simply preserving them will take us to continued wildfires and other calamities that happen throughout our country as a result of a lack of management. We need to manage, not simply preserve. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized? Any other member? I'll recognize myself on the legislation. First of all, let me thank Representative Dingle for her committed work on this bipartisan bill, HR 2773, the Recovering America's Wildlife Act. A similar bill, last time we reported this bill from this committee in December of 2019, the vote was 26-6, with significant support from my Republican colleagues. I mentioned that a similar and I also want to thank Representative Dingle for the excellent work in being inclusive. Not only the state Fish and Wildlife agencies that will have a responsibility and accountability in terms of their 3-year plans and and what those plans talk about, both recovery and protection, but also inclusive with regards to indigenous and tribal entities across this country and to our territories and insular areas. The inclusion of those is significant, and I'm going to thank her for that inclusiveness. As we think about the sort of investments that we need to make to safeguard our environment for the future, I think I can speak for many on this committee when I say wildlife should not be left behind. RAWA is an important piece of legislation that has the potential to transform the state of wildlife conservation in our country. As we know, America's wildlife faces numerous threats, including habitat loss, fragmentation, pollution, climate change, invasive species, and emergent diseases. According to a survey of state fish and wildlife agencies, they would need an additional $1.3 billion per year to fully fund conservation efforts. This legislation would provide that for the states and 97 million for tribes to assist in their efforts to conserve, restore, and protect wildlife and habitat. It's an important piece of legislation. I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you, and I yield back. Before we consider any amendments, does any other member wish to be recognized on the bill? If there's no further debate before we begin the amendment process, without objection, the ANS offered by myself is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. Representative Fulcher, you have an amendment designated number 14, and you are recognized, sir, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amendment number 14 would prevent state lands acquired under this bill from eventually being transferred to the federal government. Mr. Chairman, as you know, my home state of Idaho is about 2/3 land mass that is controlled by the federal government. And the resources through the federal channels are overwhelmed, and the sheer scope of those lands trigger all kinds of complications that we deal with all the time. There's management conflicts that have been talked about, the need for payment in lieu of taxes, and so on. So under this bill, a state may use funds to acquire lands for habitat conservation. However, nothing in the bill prevents that state from eventually transferring or donating that land back to the federal government, essentially allowing for a de facto federal land acquisition slush fund, if you will. The federal government already has some 640 million acres of land, but doesn't even have clear records about what it owns. And once these lands are added to the federal estate, it's extremely difficult, if not impossible, to dispose of those lands when they no longer serve their intended purpose. The ever-expanding and unwieldy federal estate actually hurts wildlife habitat because these lands often go unmanaged. And the bill will already increase the burden of our national debt by $1.4 billion annually in perpetuity. Allowing for more federal land acquisition and associated maintenance costs could cause the actual price tag of this legislation to skyrocket even higher. If the stated purpose of the bill is to support state wildlife habitat improvement, then this amendment should be non-controversial, as it ensures that this responsibility stays in the state hands, not in the federal government's. I would urge all my colleagues to support this amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion on the gentleman's amendment?
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Dingle, you're recognized.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to be recognized in opposition to this amendment.
You're recognized.
Thank you. The intent of the Recovering America's Wildlife Act is to fund proactive state-based on-the-ground conservation efforts to safeguard species of greatest conservation need. That is why a broad-based coalition of sportsmen, conservationists, and other groups have supported this legislation. Generally, state wildlife action plans, which this legislation funds, result in the acquisition of very limited amounts of land. The focus of species recovery typically involves activities like inventorying at-risk species or conservation actions like improving water quality or addressing invasive species. The situation that this amendment is said to address, land initially acquired by state wildlife action plans that are later transferred to the federal government is vanishingly rare. And I respect what the gentleman is saying, but since this amendment's been submitted, my staff has and others have been unable to locate a specific instance where this has taken place. I always listen to what the issues are that are raised, but on top of that, regardless, this amendment would arbitrarily limit state decisions around how to best proactively manage and recover species of greatest conservation need. The intent of this legislation is to empower the states, to give them the flexibility they need to manage conservation activities for species of greatest conservation need in their states. And therefore, with much respect, but I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on Mr. Fulcher's amendment number 14?
Mr. Chairman, Westerman.
Mr. Westerman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll support the gentleman from Idaho's amendment. I think this is a common sense sideboard to put on the bill. As I mentioned earlier, this is about habitat. That's how we recover species. And quite frankly, if the federal land managers were able to do their job and applying the science, we might not even be having to have this discussion today. But this bill, my understanding is the focus is on allowing state game and fish and land managers to manage land. We're talking about is it in its current state, a permanent bill? And I think we can't put too many sideboards on it to illustrate the intent of Congress, that this isn't going to allow some kind of a backdoor process to give states money to purchase land and then turn that land back over to the federal estate, where we know that some of the worst wildlife habitat exist on lands that are being managed by the federal government. Again, I support the amendment and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on Mr. Fulcher's amendment number 14? Hearing no further debate, the question is on amendment 14. I will pause so the members in favor can unmute and indicate by saying aye.
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 Members will mute themselves, and I will pause so the members opposed can unmute and indicate by saying no.
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 In the opinion of the chair,
No.
the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Representative Fulcher, you have an amendment.
Yes, Chairman. May I request a recorded vote, please?
Gentleman requested recorded vote, and this will be postponed pursuant to my prior announcement. Representative Fulcher, you have an amendment designated number 15, and you are recognized for 5 minutes.
I do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. And Amendment 15 adds an additional purpose for this funding so that states may use the money to conduct necessary forest management projects. So one of the biggest threats to wildlife habitat is undoubtedly catastrophic wildfire. And I know in my home state, we experience this way too much. In fact, in the past 5 years, we've had over 40 million acres burned across our country. Idaho has been a leader in forest management and using tools like the Good Neighbor Authority, mechanical thinning, prescribed burns to not only improve wildlife habitat, but to support our forest products industry and provide abundant outdoor recreation opportunities. While I believe that money is not a panacea to our forest management problems, I do believe that allowing states to utilize funding for this purpose would be consistent with the bill's intent and help improve the overall health of our nation's forests. This is a dire crisis and it just can't wait. Instead of focusing on billions of dollars in new unpaid forest spending, we need to find ways to streamline harmful regulations and reduce frivolous litigation that are actual barriers to getting these projects implemented on the ground. I believe my amendment is a step in the right direction towards this goal. I would urge all of my colleagues to support it. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on Mr. Fulcher's amendment number 15?
Chairman,
Stingle? You're
Thank you, Mr.
recognized.
Chairman. I'd like to be recognized in opposition to this amendment.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's important to note that forest restoration activities, like the ones that are highlighted in this amendment, are already allowed under state wildlife action plans funded by the Recovering America's Wildlife Act. In fact, forest management activities have already been successfully utilized in multiple states, including Pennsylvania, to protect the golden-winged warbler, as well as by the tribes like the Leech Lake Band of Ojibwa in Minnesota to recover the snowshoe hare. As written, this amendment is duplicative of these efforts that are already allowed and could have unintended consequences if included. Because of this, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on Mr. Fulcher's amendment, number 15?
Mr. Chairman, it's Westerman.
Mr. Westerman, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I also rise in support of Mr. Fulcher's amendment. I hope that the way the bill's written, it would not only allow, but it would promote active forest management, because that is the number one key thing we can do to restoring habitat. And I think, again, this would just create an emphasis and a sideboard to clarify any confusion down the road that these funds can be used for forest management. When I think of recovering habitat, I think of a project that the Forest Service actually did in my state, where they thinned a forest and used controlled burns to restore red-cockaded woodpecker habitat. And they saw a tremendous increase not only in animal biodiversity, but also in plant biodiversity. And they saw more wild turkeys, more deer, more quail, and more songbirds, along with creating great habitat for red-cockaded woodpeckers. So I don't think we can emphasize enough how important it is to do forest management in this program. I encourage a yes vote and yield back.
Anyone else wish to be recognized on the amendment?
Representative Tiffany.
Mr. Tiffany, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I rise in support of this amendment also. And I really appreciate the comment in regards to the Good Neighbor Authority from my colleague from Idaho, because that really has been a success. Mr. Chairman, I believe you were here in this Congress when that was passed back in what was like 2014. And it really has been a successful program. And it's the type of thing that we should see in regards to forest management, especially in the West, which continues to burn as a result of good management. And we've heard in this committee various proposals to do things like civilian climate corps, various things like that, creating new programs. You don't have to create a new program. You've got the state, in this instance, the state of Idaho. I bet they've got some well-qualified foresters, just like most states do, around the country. You already have the infrastructure built in of people that know how to manage these things. I think this is really a good amendment, and I hope everyone will support it. I yield back.
Anyone else wish to be recognized on Mr. Fulcher's amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on Fulcher Amendment number 15. I will pause for those members in favor to unmute. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
I will pause so the members opposed can unmute. All those opposed indicate by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Mr. Westerman has requested a recorded vote, and it'll be postponed pursuant to the prior announcement. Now we go to Representative Rosendale. You have an amendment designated number 1, and you're recognized for 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I've always been an advocate for protecting and conserving our nation's vast outdoor beauty for the future generations. I've experienced firsthand many of the benefits our public lands have to offer and believe we absolutely have to preserve them. But in doing so, we also need to protect our access to them. One thing this bill actually gets right is it recognizes the role of the states in implementing wildlife conservation efforts. Montanans know better than anyone what it means to be good stewards of our lands and of our wildlife, which is evident through our state's many conservation success stories. Take the greater sage grouse, for example. We proactively established the Montana Sage Grouse Habitat Conservation Program and Montana Sage Grouse Oversight Team in 2015, which I served on as the representative from the Montana Senate. Through these early state-led conservation efforts, sage grouse populations increased from an estimated 34,000 in 2014 to over 70,000 in 2021, more than a 100% increase. This is a prime example of how state-led conservation efforts are thorough and effective. But that's exactly why I'm concerned that this bill relies heavily on the Endangered Species Act designations, which are anything but state-led. The Endangered Species Act ignores state successes, and many species listed as threatened or endangered under the Act are actually doing just fine. In Montana, the grizzly bear is listed as threatened, but it has well exceeded the recovery targets. When the grizzly bear was initially designated a threatened species in 1975, there were thought to be only around 800 bears in all of the lower 48 states. Today, the Northern Continental Divide ecosystem in northwestern Montana alone is home to over 1,000 grizzlies. This bill creates a $1.3 billion in mandatory spending. That's billion with a B, much of which is for recovering species that are already recovered. My First Amendment is really quite simple. It would make sure that before we transfer an additional $1.3 billion into this account every year, the species that meet or exceed their recovery targets have been delisted. This would ensure that we're focused on recovering truly endangered species, and it would reduce unnecessary regulations and restrictions that harm landowners and business owners. This amendment is common sense. Recovery targets are set with the best available information in mind, and we should listen to them. If we're spending millions of dollars to recover endangered species, we need to keep the list up to date so that we know that we're focused on endangered species. With that, I urge support of this amendment, and Mr. Chair, I would yield back.
Gentleman yields. Thank you, Mr. Rosedale. Anyone else wish to be recognized on amendment number 1?
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Dingle, Representative, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to be recognized in opposition to this amendment. The Recovering America's Wildlife Act funds proactive state-based conservation activities for species of greatest conservation need. These forward-looking investments will help prevent more aggressive interventions and are supported by leading sportsmen's groups, conservation organizations, and environmental advocates. However, this amendment would prevent any of these investments from moving forward until every single threatened and endangered species that has met or exceeded recovery targets has been delisted. This would delay the investments in species recovery for an unacceptably long time and undercut the concept of bold, proactive wildlife conservation, which is at the heart of this bill. For example, the bald eagle, one of the first species listed after the Endangered Species Act was passed in 1973, and an iconic American species, was not delisted until 2007. The fact is, it takes time once a species is threatened or endangered to implement plans and recover those most at-risk species. We've got to act now to make bold, forward-thinking investments in wildlife conservation. That's what this bill does and what this amendment would prevent. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment and support the underlying legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on Rosendale amendment number 1?
Mr. Chairman, it's Westerman.
Mr. Westerman, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I rise in support of Mr. Rosendale's amendment. It's a very much common sense amendment, and it's mind-boggling to think that we even have to have an amendment like this. It would just require that the Secretary of the Interior delist threatened and endangered species that have met their recovery criteria under the Endangered Species Act. Let me say that again. It requires the Secretary of the Interior to delist threatened and endangered species that have met their recovery criteria under the Endangered Species Act. The Endangered Species Act shouldn't be a list that you go on and never go off of. As we've discussed in this committee before, a March species status assessment published by the Fish and Wildlife Service concluded that the greater Yellowstone ecosystem and the northern Continental Divide ecosystem populations of grizzly bears both have high resiliency and have met the criteria for delisting. But unfortunately, environmental litigation has delayed the delisting of grizzlies in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem, and the Department of the Interior has failed to take action to delist the northern Continental Divide ecosystem's grizzly population, despite the Secretary's promise that, and I quote, the ESA should be driven by the science, and it is appropriate for species to be delisted when they have recovered, unquote. Unfortunately, this is not the only example of species recovering yet are not being delisted due to politics and litigation. This amendment would simply ensure the intent of the ESA is followed during and along with the most up-to-date science. How are we ever going to measure the success of RAWA if we can't get species off of the endangered species list after we've done habitat restoration, after the science and analysts have looked at it and said that we've met all the criteria? This is a problem, and it will, as long as we have species listed that shouldn't be listed, we're going to be directing funding into programs where it doesn't need to be directed. So I urge support of this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Thank you. Anyone else wish to be recognized in Mr. Rosendale's amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on Rosendale Amendment number 1. All those members can unmute. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Members opposed, please indicate by saying no.
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 In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, could I get a recorded vote, please?
Gentleman has requested a recorded vote. The vote will be postponed pursuant to prior announcement. Representative Rosendale, you now have amendment designated number 2, and you're recognized, sir, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. In my last amendment, I expressed why it's so important that we keep the list of endangered species up to date. It would not only benefit the species most in need by directing resources towards the recovery, but it would also greatly benefit our constituents by reducing unnecessary regulations. What many people don't realize is that when you have an endangered species, it's not just that the species is protected, but land rights for privately owned land that could be considered habitat for that species are also heavily restricted. Unwarranted ESA designations create challenges for our farmers and our ranchers, our energy producers, our business owners, and landowners who are subject to federal restrictions on their own property. I want to be perfectly clear here. These are regulatory takings. When the federal government prohibits a landowner from fully developing or utilizing their property, they need to be compensated for that loss. When activist judges and environmentalists and DC bureaucrats refuse to follow the science and the list of threatened and endangered species, keeping it up to date, it prohibits the private use of property and longer than absolutely necessary. This is unacceptable. I support delisting a species when the facts tell us that it is safe to do so. To wait longer than needed and restrict land use unnecessarily is irresponsible and only serves to crush hardworking Americans under the weight of the federal bureaucracy. That's why I'm offering this Second Amendment, to compensate our businesses and landowners who suffer losses directly related to listings under the Endangered Species Act. If we're going to keep the economy stifling regulations on the books for no good reason, then we need to compensate those who are needlessly hurt by them. The Endangered Species Act has become one of the most effective weapons the left's tool belt to hinder energy production, farming, ranching, and resource extraction. By listing a species as threatened or endangered, land is locked up and can't be fully utilized by its owners. My amendment would ensure property and business owners are compensated when they are directly impacted by the listing of a species under the Endangered Species Act. The unfortunate reality is, when a species is listed under the Endangered Species Act, it is often decades before it's removed, often well after the species has met those recovery targets, and we are seeing that take place right now. If this is how the program is operated, and property owners are not given the ability to fully utilize their land after the species recovers, then these individuals whose land they effectively took need to be compensated. I think it's only fair we support this amendment that would compensate property owners for the losses caused by the federal restrictions. And that's exactly what this amendment would achieve. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on Mr. Rosendale's amendment?
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Dingle, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to be recognized in opposition to this amendment. The Recovering America's Wildlife Act funds proven conservation mechanisms, state wildlife action plans, to provide state resources for proactive on-the-ground conservation activities. Because we are facing a biodiversity crisis that, if unaddressed, threatens our shared environmental heritage. More than 40% of the freshwater fish species are at risk in North America, just as an example. And RAW's bold investments are needed to safeguard these species and prevent future listings. This amendment would divert the funds for threatened and endangered species in this legislation toward private businesses and landowners. That's contrary to the spirit of the Recovering America's Wildlife Act, which is focused on public investments in conservation for the public good. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on Mr. Rosendale's amendment number 2?
Representative Tiffany.
Mr. Tiffany, you're recognized, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment actually makes a lot of sense, especially when you realize that it is private property where you have most of the species that thrive. I mean, there's been extensive review and studies that have been done in regards to where do you find endangered species? Where do you find species that may have declining numbers? You find them on private property. So what's the goal of this? The author just spoke about species being at risk, and she's correct in her characterization that there are species at risk. If you want to get money in the hands of those that are going to have the most impact with this bill, you should allow it to be able to go to private property owners also, because oftentimes they have the best solutions. They are all, in many cases, they're already doing it, but those are the people that have the solution for being able to restore species. And that's why I think Representative Rosendale's amendment is so good, because if the goal of this bill is species recovery, let's make sure that we're using all the tools that we possibly can have. We will not be doing that if we do not include Representative Rosendale's amendment. I urge everyone to support it, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Fulcher, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment as well. And as I listen to the discussion today, I think part of the disconnect that we might be experiencing has to do with the sheer scope of federal land control in our various areas of constituency. And with all due respect to my dear colleague from Michigan on the primary sponsorship, that constituency is less than 10% of the landmass. The scope that those of us in the West have, in my state, nearly 2/3 of the landmass, Nevada, 85% of the landmass, is a totally different circumstance. And so this amendment empowers the private landowners and provides a mechanism for them to actually insert some more control over that landmass. And those of us in the West, where there's so much of this, it significantly has a positive impact, and we need that. We need that local control, and this amendment helps in that regard. And so just having some consideration for those of us who have to deal with this on such a massive scope, I would encourage support for this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on the amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on Rosendale Amendment number 2. All those members in favor unmute and indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those members opposed unmute and indicate by saying no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, can we get a recorded vote?
Who is requesting?
Obert.
Okay, the recorded vote has been requested and it will be postponed prior to, as for the prior announcement. Representative Rosendale, you have amendment designated number 3 and you're recognized for 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As I mentioned earlier, I do appreciate the intent of this legislation and the fact that it, in part, takes an approach that empowers state-based conservation efforts. I very much value the importance of state-led conservation to preserve our wilderness for future generations. It's especially important for states like Montana, where recreation and enjoying the great outdoors is part of our culture and our very way of life. In order to preserve this culture, we need common sense state-led conservation. But with that said, I have serious concerns over the way this bill achieves that. This bill creates a new mandatory appropriation with no sunset provision. That means that this year, next year, and every single year after that, that $1.3 billion is automatically sent out the door without any congressional approval, increasing our already dangerously inflated national debt. Completely setting aside the purpose of these funds, we should seriously consider the long-term financial implications of creating another mandatory spending program. Establishing another forever federal government program greatly concerns me. It adds to our national debt and permanently expands the involvement of the federal government in our everyday lives. Mr. Chairman, it admittedly would take a lot more than an amendment to make this bill fiscally responsible. But I would like to offer this third amendment to fix a loophole in HR 2773 to create a true non-federal cost share. This is important to reducing grant waste, fraud, and abuse. Non-federal cost shares are very common for most grants. They help prove the need for a project and reduce waste by requiring the grant recipient to have skin in the game instead of simply cutting a check from Uncle Sam and trusting that it would be spent responsibly. Currently, the bill allows federal funds from agencies aside from the Department of Agriculture and Department of Interior to count towards the non-federal cost share. But the federal funding is inherently part of the federal cost, not the federal cost. My amendment would simply close this loophole and ensure the non-federal cost share for a grant is actually met without federal dollars. It would help minimize duplicative federal grant receipts and ensure grantees are good stewards of taxpayers' dollars. And while this amendment would help improve the fiscal order of this bill, I admit It doesn't go all the way to eliminating mandatory spending. So I urge my colleagues to consider the ramifications of creating a new mandatory appropriation. I think as a committee, we should be exploring ways to delegate more authority to state wildlife departments and reduce regulatory red tape without over $1 billion of mandatory spending. And with that pipe dream, Mr. Chairman, I would yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on the amendment? Mr. Rosendale.
Mr. Chairman,
Who seeks recognition?
Rep. Soto.
Mr. Soto, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you so much, Chairman. I think it's great that we're all trying to work together to try to save money. Maybe we could start with the $400 billion deficit that the GOP tax cuts created. Maybe take one of those billions and fund this rather than all these other gotcha amendments and the $4 trillion in debt that it added. If not, then perhaps we could find other ways. But just a suggestion for all of you who have ideas for the budget.
Gentleman yields. Thank you, Mr. Soto. Anyone else wish to be recognized on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Westerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm working in good faith, hoping that we're able to find offsets, maybe sunset this spending and really create a great bill here. But Mr. Rosendale's amendment is something that needs to be in place regardless of how the bill is funded, I believe, because we shouldn't have a match program that can be funded through other federal funds. I appreciate the gentleman finding this information, offering the amendment, and I urge adoption of the amendment.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on Rosendale number 3?
Mr. Chairman.
Mrs. Dingle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to be recognized in opposition to this amendment. And before I give my substance here, I want to assure the ranking member again that I understand his concerns. I'm totally committed. I have talked to the Senate co-sponsors, and I'm totally committed to finding that offset before it comes to the House floor. As you know, unfortunately, some of this is beyond the scope of our committee. But having said that, the Recovering America's Wildlife Act's funding for proactive on-the-ground conservation includes a matching requirement from the states. States are required to contribute 25% of funds and are given a variety of flexibilities on the best way to meet this requirement. It's important to note that other federal programs also have flexibility similar to those outlined by my colleague from Montana. These include the transportation enhancement programs with funding provided by the Department of Transportation, as well as funds for the recreational trails program, among others. Additionally, similar flexibilities have existed in previous iterations of this legislation, as well as the Senate companion bill, all of which have strong bipartisan support, as well as the endorsement, again, of this broad range of conservation and sportsman groups, as well as the environmental advocates. Given this, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment and support the underlying legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on Rosendale number 3? Hearing no further debate, the question is on Rosendale amendment number 3. Those members in favor unmute and indicate by saying aye.
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 Members opposed will unmute and indicate by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
could I please get a recorded vote?
absolutely. The court of board has been requested. The vote will be postponed based on the prior announcement. Representative Rosendale, you now have amendment designated number 4, and sir, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
4 times the charm, Mr. Chair. I feel good about this one. My last amendment would ensure the radical environmentalist groups do not benefit from this legislation. My amendment would make nonprofits that petition for species to be listed under the Endangered Species Act or sue the federal government to stop forest management ineligible to receive funds from this bill by entering into partnerships with states. It would also prohibit these nonprofits from sitting on the Innovation and Grant Review Committee. There are many great nonprofits that seek to advance common sense conservation practices, but the deranged environmentalists that abuse our country's legal system to advance their radical agendas should not be subsidized by the American taxpayer. Activists, judges, and political lawsuits have made it nearly impossible to return to normal after a species is designated under the Endangered Species Act. The ESA was once good faith legislation, but has turned into a politicized weapon to lock up so-called critical habitat, impede the harvesting of natural resources, violate private property rights without compensation, and destroy the Western way of life. Nothing has made this more apparent than the status of the gray wolf under the Endangered Species Act. The gray wolf was initially listed as an endangered species in 1974 in the lower 48 states. In the nearly 50 years that have passed since then, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, guided by the best available scientific data, attempted to delist certain populations of the gray wolf. But every step along the way, they were met with fierce opposition from environmentalist groups and activist judges. In 2004, the Fish and Wildlife Service tried to delist the eastern population segment, but in 2005, they were overturned by an Oregon court. In 2007, they tried to delist the western population segment, but in 2008, they were overturned by a DC district court. In 2011, they tried to delist the western Great Lakes population segment, but were challenged in court in 2013. Because of these activist lawsuits, Congress had to step in to delist the gray wolf statutorily. And with limited exemptions, it remains delisted in the lower 48 states today. But that decision is under question. And again, at the behest of radical environmental groups. These same groups also sue to obstruct crucial forest management activities. Last year, we saw a near record-setting wildfire season, which underscores the importance of common sense forest management. This includes management activities such as prescribed burns, reducing flammable underbrush and vegetation, and thinning forests. However, radical environmentalist groups often sue the Forest Service to delay them from carrying out these important and potentially life-saving management activities. The National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, was never intended to create years of legal back and forth to simply start common sense forest management. But that is unfortunately exactly what is being used by these nonprofits. Just search online for environmentalist lawsuit, and you'll see dozens of results about radical environmentalist groups obstructing non-controversial forest management actions, ranging from the removal of trees damaged in a wildfire to logging projects. If this bill provides funding, whether directly or indirectly, to these radical environmentalist groups, it would effectively fund these never-ending NEPA reviews and campaigns to keep species listed under the Endangered Species Act, regardless of the recovery status. This is not about conservation. It's about government control. We must ensure that recipients of funding from this legislation are not environmentalist groups that aim to concentrate power with the federal government through a cycle of endless litigation, often at the taxpayer's expense. That is directly in contrast with the rest of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge support of this amendment, and I would yield back.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rosendale. Anyone else, any further discussion on the amendment number 4?
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Dingle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to be recognized in opposition to this amendment. The Recovery in America's Wildlife Act sets aside 10% of funds for states to fund innovative conservation models utilizing novel techniques or strategies for species recovery efforts. It is my colleague, Congressman Fortenberry, a Republican, who is co-leading this legislation, and he led the development of this section, which will help catalyze innovation in conservation using a competitive grant program to state and territory fish and wildlife departments. This has the potential to leverage unique conservation methods to make better use of public funds in conservation. Nonprofit organizations would be allowed to participate in a review committee for this competitive innovation grant program. Additionally, these nonprofits are also allowed to partner with states, local agencies, tribes, and other groups to help implement a state's wildlife conservation strategy under this bill. This amendment would arbitrarily bar participants of nonprofits who have petitioned for an ESA listing in the past or engaged in litigation related to forest management activities, two activities that are fundamental to holding the federal government accountable to its statutory conservation commitments. This would limit the expertise state governments, tribes, and other partners are able to draw on when they are implementing state wildlife action plans. Because of this, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. And gentlelady yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on amendment number 4?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Westerman, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I commend Mr. Rosendale for bringing to our attention a very important issue, an issue that affects much more than just a potential rival bill, an issue that is doing harm across our country right now, doing harm to conservation efforts. I refuse to call these groups environmental groups because their actions do nothing to help the environment. Most of the time, they actually hurt the environment. And I believe if you look at the motivation behind them, it's more about greed and it's about bilking taxpayer money than it is about protecting species and protecting the environment. These groups have weaponized the ESA by continually suing U.S. Fish and Wildlife for not meeting deadlines and other relatively minor process violations when they actually overload the Fish and Wildlife with petitions. There are numerous examples of how they've abused the process, and I doubt that anybody who voted for the Endangered Species Act visualized in a day when that would be weaponized that hurt in a way that it hurts management and in a way that it does more damage to wildlife than it does to protect wildlife. This sue and settle process actually overwhelms regulatory agencies. Results in settlement agreements and consent decrees requiring agencies to promulgate major regulations within an arbitrarily imposed timeline. These agreements are often negotiated behind closed doors with little transparency, allowing radical and special interest groups to promote their own federal policy agenda outside of the normal legislative and agency processes. To make matters worse, these groups are financially awarded for gaming the system. According to the Government Accountability Office, from 2000 to 2010, ESA lawsuits cost taxpayers nearly $24 million in attorney's fees and costs. Those are attorney's fees and costs paid to these so-called nonprofits that are abusing the system. Private citizens with a net worth of $2 million and for-profit businesses with a net worth of $7 million cannot receive attorney's fees under the Equal Access to Justice Act. However, there is no such cap for nonprofit organizations which allow these wealthy groups to rake in taxpayer money. According to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, from 2009 to 2017, there were 109 Endangered Species Act settlements. The majority of these settlements came from 3 groups: the Center for Biological Diversity, Defenders of Wildlife, and the Wild Earth Guardians. The Center for Biological Diversity was individually responsible for 41 of these 109 settlements. This is not surprising. In 2009, CBD's director said, quote, "When we stop the same timber sale 3 or 4 times running, the timber planters want to tear their hair out. They feel like their careers are being mocked and destroyed, and they are. Psychological warfare is a very underappreciated aspect of environmental campaigning, end quote. Today, we can see the legacy of this mentality in these lawsuits out west, where we have had two of our worst fire years back to back. I support this amendment today to prevent serial litigants from radical special interest groups from stealing more money from hardworking Americans. These groups should not be at the table when it comes to restoring America's wildlife. And we should have people who actually want to help the environment, who want to restore wildlife, and whose main objective isn't to bilk the taxpayer for more money. I support the amendment and yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on the amendment?
Representative Tiffany.
Mr. Tiffany.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very briefly, all you got to do is look at, let's see here, the second amendment that Mr. Rosendale did, and now this amendment, to see the hostility on the other side of the aisle in regards to how they view commerce in the United States. We cannot include private businesses in a bill like this, but nonprofits get to enjoy the largesse of the federal treasury. And we wonder why so many private small businesses become nonprofits themselves and go out of business. It really does show that private business is viewed with hostility, in particular by the environmental movement. I urge support of Mr. Rosendale's amendment because it makes all the sense in the world to implement this so that nonprofit groups who sue the federal government regularly do not benefit from the largesse of the federal treasury because they have enough well-heeled funders that are taking care of funding them. I yield back.
Bills, anyone wish to be recognized? Anyone else wish to be recognized on Rosendale number 4? Hearing no further debate, the question is on Rosendale amendment number 4. Those members in favor, please unmute and indicate by saying aye.
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 Those members opposed, please unmute and indicate by saying no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair,
Sir,
could I please get a recorded vote?
absolutely. Gentleman has requested a recording vote, and it will be postponed pursuant to prior announcement. Representative Betts, you have an amendment designated number 4, and you are recognized, sir, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this amendment would restrict the use of funds authorized under the subsection to not more than 3% for administrative costs, at least by the Secretary. I offer this amendment to ensure that more of the money provided by the bill be used for actual on-the-ground conservation work. The amendment would create a 3% administrative cap for the Department of the Interior when implementing this bill. This would ensure that taxpayer money is not squandered on overhead, but rather is spent on projects that improve species habitat and biodiversity across the country. I think we can all agree that the more of this money that is spent for these purposes, the better. And for that reason, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any other
Mr.
discussion
Chairman?
on the amendment?
Mr.
Ms.
Chair.
Bingo, you're recognized in opposition.
No, Mr. Chairman, I want to be recognized to support this amendment.
My error.
I am supportive of this language. The bill contains reasonable restrictions on state administrative costs, but understand and am sympathetic to Representative Bentz's concern here with federal administrative costs. Because of this, I want to support his amendment and appreciate my colleague from Oregon's willingness to engage on this important issue. I ask that my colleagues do the same and urge adoption of this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Dingle. Any further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Benz is number 4.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Westerman.
I'm going to be very brief because they say the first rule in sales is when you get a yes to shut up. But I appreciate the gentlewoman supporting this amendment. I appreciate Mr. Bent's proposing it. It is good fiscal policy. I support it and yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further debate on the question of amendment number 4? There be no further debate. The question is on Bent's amendment number 4. All those members in favor can unmute and indicate by saying aye.
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 But, Mr. Chairman, for the record, isn't this Bent's number 3?
Number 4.
It's number 4.
Oh, it is, okay, I have this down wrong, sorry. But I support the substance.
Members opposed will please unmute and indicate by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Mr. Bentz, you now have amendment number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks everyone for the support of the number 4. But moving to number 3, this amendment would require that at least 50% of the funds apportioned to a state or territory be used to implement the wildlife conservation strategy of that state or territory. I would like to offer this amendment to ensure that more on-the-ground conservation efforts are carried out. This amendment would require that 50% of the funds received by each state or territory are spent to carry out that state's or territories' wildlife conservation strategies. The bill currently allows states and territories to use funding for strategies and endangered or at-risk species, wildlife conservation education, invasive species, and law enforcement activities. And while all these actions are useful, the most important use and stated intent of the bill is to implement state wildlife conservation strategies. The conservation initiatives fostered by these programs are intended to protect species and conserve their habitats. I've heard countless times that the purpose of the bill is to provide states with the ability to carry out conservation efforts and to prevent at-risk species from being listed, and this amendment ensures that this intent is fulfilled at least as to half of the funds received. I urge my colleagues to support it with me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else? Any further discussion on Bent's amendment number 3?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Dingle, you're recognized.
Thank you. Now that I'm getting my numbers all right on these amendments, I unfortunately have to rise in opposition to this amendment. The Recovering America's Wildlife Act provides funding for the state-based wildlife recovery efforts. The idea is to give states the flexibility to meet the conservation needs of the at-risk species in their state. This amendment would limit state flexibilities to appropriately manage and recovered wildlife. By arbitrarily capping the amount of funding for threatened and endangered species, the amendment would implement a heavy-handed federal mandate on state wildlife recovery efforts, something we all say we don't want to do. It's important to note that the legislation gives flexibility to waive the 15% funding requirement for at-risk species when determined it's appropriate. Additionally, the amendment imposes an arbitrary percentage of funds to go towards implementing state wildlife conservation strategies. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment and support state flexibilities in the use of funds for wildlife conservation, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Westerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the only problem I see with the gentleman's amendment is I think he's been overly generous in limiting the number to 50%. Planning and strategy is extremely important, but we have a habit in the federal government of studying things to death. I spent nearly 25 years as a consulting engineer, did lots of projects, and if we ever got up to a 5% fee for a project, it was a lot, and there was a lot of studying and planning that went into place. So I think we should be spending 75 to 80% of these funds to actually do conservation work on the ground. That Mr. Bent's proposing 50% is being overly generous. And I would hope that in practice that these funds that go to states are actually used to do management on habitat, that they're used to do things that are going to enhance wildlife habitat, and that they're not spent on endless planning and strategizing, and at the end of the day, nothing on the ground actually happening. I urge adoption of this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on this amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on Bent's amendment number 3. Those members in favor, please unmute and indicate by saying aye.
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 Members opposed, please unmute and indicate by saying no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Mr. Chair. I request a recorded vote.
a recorded vote has been requested, postponed pursuant to prior announcement. Thank you. Representative Boebert, you have an amendment designated number 2, and you are recognized for 5 minutes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was very excited when we first had our opening remarks on this topic here because we were talking about bipartisan and actually working together. But I have been somewhat disappointed in all of the opposition to Republican amendments. And I would like to continue the spirit of bipartisanship with this common sense transparency amendment that I have that will make implementation of this bill more effective. While I greatly appreciate the gentlelady from Michigan, Representative Dingell's hard work and leadership on this bill and her outreach to members individually, including myself, her willingness to work with me and others, I would like to see more consideration of these Republican amendments because we are trying to get to a yes for this bill. I typically support sportsmen's bills and efforts to recover species with the greatest need. My sincere hope is that when we permanently authorize $1.3 billion of the taxpayers' hard-earned money for new mandatory spending without any sunset provisions each year in this bill, that we ensure that spending is completely offset given our enormous debt and ongoing inflation. This is a top priority for me and many of my colleagues as we have been discussing this bill. We have to have offsets, and I'm very eager to hear of the commitments that Representative Dingell has made to make sure that there are pay-fors in this bill, but especially as Congress just authorized $10 billion for the maintenance needs in our national parks and provided mandatory permanent spending for the Land and Water Conservation Fund to the tune of $900 million annually just last Congress. My good governance amendment simply requires states to implement a 3-year work plan and budget for implementing their wildlife conservation strategy and provide a report to the committees of jurisdiction that tracks the success of such activities during the previous 3 years, and that also describes any project issues encountered due to any federal laws or regulations moving forward. We all love transparency, and that's exactly what this amendment provides. The report describing any project issues encountered due to any federal laws or regulations is not limited to NEPA or the Endangered Species Act, and again, applies to all laws and regulations. This amendment merely provides transparency to the committees of jurisdiction about any laws or regulatory barriers that are preventing states from carrying out conservation projects. Passage of my amendment will also allow Congress to implement targeted fixes for conservation projects in the future. And with that, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Dingell, for your leadership on this. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Thank you. Any further discussion on Gentlelady's amendment number 2?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Dingell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I unfortunately am rising to oppose this amendment at the moment, but I reaffirm my good faith effort to work with the Congresswoman from Colorado, the ranking member of this committee, as we continue to look for pay for us before we bring it to the full House, and with my colleagues on the Senate side as well. I do believe that the Recovering America's Wildlife Act continues reasonable oversight mechanisms to assure appropriate use of funds. And this includes a reporting requirement to the committees of Congress, that it is in there. The amendment before us, as the Congresswoman read, would dramatically increase the amount of reporting required by mandating that reports to committees include any projects, issues encountered due to laws or regulations, including the National Environmental Policy Act, the then Endangered Species Act, or other laws. Honestly, this is an overly broad mandate that stigmatizes environmental laws fundamental to wildlife conservation and environmental protection. The reporting requirements, we do have them in this bill as drafted, try to strike that appropriate balance between oversight and accountability. And accordingly, I ask my colleagues to oppose this amendment, but I'm going to keep talking to my colleague as we get ready for House consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any further discussion on Boebert Amendment number 2?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Westerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to commend the gentlewoman from Colorado for bringing this amendment to the table today. It's something that I support, and I think she brings out a very interesting point in encouraging states to give us feedback on how these programs are working. This may be as simple as having the reporting process just stipulate that they should note any kind of barriers to implementation. These are things that I hear about all the time when I'm out traveling in my district or other parts of the country, when people are trying to implement good conservation efforts, and they always bring up the hurdles that they face, the delays, and the roadblocks in getting conservation projects done. And I think it is good governance that we listen to them and that we have a channel for feedback so that we can assess and adjust as we go down the road. So again, this amendment simply provides a platform to explain how these and other federal regulations affect conservation efforts. Support the amendment and encourage everyone else to yield back.
Thank you. Thank you. Gentleman yields. Anyone else on amendment designated number 2? If not, there will be no debate. The question is on the Boebert Amendment number 2. Those members in favor will unmute and indicate by saying aye.
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 Members will oppose will unmute and indicate by saying no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
may I request a recorded vote?
thank you. Gentlelady has requested a recorded vote, and it is postponed pursuant to the prior announcement. Ranking Member Westerman, you have an amendment designated number 5, and you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this amendment, as well as a few more that I'm going to offer, I think gets to the heart of our concerns with the bill, and it comes on the funding side. And I know there's been a verbal commitment to work on the funding offsets if this bill gets on the floor, to do that before the bill gets on the floor. But I think it would be a good position to send the bill to the floor, at least with a solution in place on how we address the funding side of it. And, we want to be part of the solution, and that's what these next amendments are solutions on how we address the funding issue. One of the major concerns that I have with the bill, and many others have voiced, is the mandatory spending that is not offset. I offer this first amendment as a good faith effort aimed at finding an offset while sunsetting the program after 7 years. The amendment would require the Secretary of the Interior to find unspent balances within the department to fund the spending in the bill. I have little doubt that there would be the political will to find such funding if this is truly important to supporters of the bill. I want to be clear by offering this amendment that I take the need for offsets very seriously. This amendment would also ensure accountability along with fiscal responsibility by creating a 7-year sunset. Congress has a duty to ensure that the program it authorizes are working appropriately and are updated when needed. By creating a 7-year sunset, we will have the benefit of observing the program and of reading at least 2 sets of state reports as mandated by this bill. These reports, along with the feedback from constituents in our states, will allow us to make necessary changes to guarantee that this program and the taxpayer funds supporting it are being used properly. Congress, the federal government, has many programs like this. We can look at the Farm Bill, we can look at the WRDA bill, we can look at the WIN Act, and there are a lot of good programs out there that Congress has prioritized, that they have a sunset where they have to be renewed, and they also are funded through the appropriations process. This one just simply looks for offsets coming out of the Department of Interior, and I hope the majority will consider this amendment, and I encourage a yes vote on it, and I yield back.
Member Yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized for discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Dingle, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to be recognized, unfortunately, in opposition to this amendment. A stable funding stream is vital for a successful federal conservation program, period. Pittman Robertson and Dingle Johnson, which are 2 of the most historically successful federal conservation programs, have thrived because there is certainty that they will receive predictable mandatory funding each year. Sportsmen, conservationists, fishermen, hunters all support these bills. Making raw of these laws, I mean, they've been critical to so many things. Making RAWA subject to the annual appropriation process will undercut this historically successful formula and prevent long-term planning for conservation projects. Additionally, sunsetting the legislation after 5 years will not provide the states the appropriate long-term certainty to properly implement recovery plans. I make this commitment, and I will continue our conversations after this on this markup for funding, I promise. But for these reasons, I cannot support this amendment now and urge my colleagues to oppose it. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on Westerman
Mr. Chairman.
Amendment number 5?
Mr. Chairman. Fulcher here.
Yeah, Mr. Fulcher, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, fiscally, we are in trouble, but we're not acting like it. And personally, I think that not only is this a good amendment, but we should be taking a default position on everything to be reviewing via the appropriations process or the cost benefit process, all of that on a more routine basis. We have a couple of major responsibilities in this office. One is to protect the people that we serve. The other is to protect their finances and to try to be wise stewards with that. And we simply have failed in that regard as a body. And so I support this amendment. I think that it forces some accountability and that we need to embrace that fiscally, not just on this, but on many other areas as well. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Recognized. Amendment number 5. Hearing no further debate, the question is on Westerman Amendment number 5. All those members in favor, please unmute and indicate by saying aye.
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 Members opposed, please unmute and indicate by saying no.
No, no.
No.
Opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Chairman, can we get a roll call vote?
The ranking members requested a roll call, and that is postponed pursuant to prior decision. You have Representative Dingle. You have an amendment designated 204, and you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, this should be called a Young amendment. I'm offering this amendment on behalf of my colleague, Representative Don Young of Alaska. He wanted to be here today. Hopefully he may make the end of this. This amendment makes technical changes to the bill to ensure that the carefully balanced wildlife management responsibilities specific to Alaska are maintained. The language is the product of collaboration between Congressman Don Young, as well as Native corporations, village corporations, and Alaska tribes. I recognize that this is a priority for Congressman Young, and I'm supportive of his efforts on behalf of his constituents. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized?
Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
The Dean of the House, Mr. Young, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Debbie Dingle for offering this amendment. I just came back from my previous appointment and again, just in time to speak on this. Thank you, Debbie, for offering this amendment. This has been worked out among the interested parties. I'm of course full support of the amendment, and really, we've done a pretty good job in Alaska as far as management of wildlife and working together with Native corporations and tribes. It's crucially important. So I'm offering this amendment to support my Alaskans that asked me to do so. It is a priority, and I ask my colleagues to please support the amendment that has been offered by Ms. Debbie Dingle. And thank you again, Debbie, for your work. Yield back.
The Dean yields back, and anyone else wish to have further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, I should note that the admonishment on putting the amendment on after a certain time was legitimate by a colleague, but it was at the behest of the Dean of the House, who at that time wasn't sure if he was going to be here or not, and we were glad to do that. Hearing no further debate, the question is on Dingle Amendment number 204. I will pause so members in favor can unmute and indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed can unmute and indicate by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Thank you, Ms. Representative Harold, you have an amendment designated 2273 ESA. You are recognized for 5 minutes. Ms. Harold, Representative Harold? We'll come back to and go on to the next one. Representative Tiffany, you have an amendment designated number 3, and sir, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Real briefly, my amendment would require a 0.5% of the funds from this bill be provided to Interior's Office of Inspector General to oversee this program and ensure that the money from this bill is being spent appropriately. This amendment is a good government amendment to make sure that people's hard-earned tax dollars are not being misused. And I think it's especially important, especially without a sunset being on this bill with mandatory spending of $1.3 billion, that there be this oversight that is ongoing. So I urge my colleagues to support the amendment to ensure responsible oversight of taxpayer dollars and ensure the money is being spent is in line with the original intent of the bill. With that, I urge support, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Yields, any further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Dingle, you're recognized.
I want to support the gentleman's amendment. I'm supportive of reasonable oversight and accountability of the spending under this legislation. I think it's important and appreciate the constructive nature in which this amendment was offered. I ask my colleagues to support this amendment, which provides a reasonable accountability mechanism through the Office of Inspector General. I'd like to thank Congressman Tiffany for engaging on this issue and urge adoption of this amendment. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Anyone else wish to speak on Tiffany Amendment number 3? Hearing no further debate, the question is on Tiffany Amendment number 3. All those members in favor, please unmute and indicate by saying aye.
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 Members opposed can unmute and indicate by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Representative Harold, are you available for your amendment at this point? If not, Mr. Westerman, you have an amendment designated number 6, and you're recognized for 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I introduced this amendment for 2 reasons: to help pay for this bill and to end a risky federal policy that puts taxpayers at risk. Mr. Chairman, we are serious about finding offsets for the spending in this bill. We looked across the jurisdiction of our committee, and we think we found a fund that could be used to at least fund this program for a few years. And again, we're offering a solution here, and we hope that the majority will work with us on this particular issue. A lot has been said about the mandatory spending of this bill already, and we're looking for offsets. I hope the majority is looking for offsets as well. This bill basically allows $1.4 billion a year forever to be taken out of taxpayer pockets without a pay for. I know that there's been comparisons to the success of the Pittman Robinson Fund, but that's a dedicated revenue stream that generates funds that should be spent on conservation, because that's why those funds were put in place. The Land and Water Conservation Fund has a designated revenue source. Unfortunately, RAWA, as it's being presented, has no designated revenue source. And it's just not acceptable for me to have a bill without a way to pay for it. So I offer this amendment to limit the program in the bill as long as it's paid for with the offset that I offer on this program. The 2009 Obama-era stimulus law set up a new $3.25 billion loan authority for the Western Area Power Administration to develop renewable energy projects. This was done without hearings, without a markup, and snuck in House and Senate Democrat negotiations with no input. It not only picks winners and losers in the energy marketplace, but it allows for loan forgiveness for failed cylinder-like investments. The statute itself says, and I quote, "If at the end of the useful life of a project, there is a remaining balance owed to the Treasury under this section, the balance shall be forgiven," end quote. That is simply unbelievable and telling that there was an expectation that some federal loans would go belly up. During appearances before this committee, the WAPA administrator at the time could not guarantee that such a bailout would never occur. It's time to end this while offering a pay-for on this bill. The amendment simply moves the unspent balance of the Western Area Power Administration's borrowing authority to help pay for the bill. It may not pay for the entire program, but it's a fiscally responsible start, and it sends a message that we're serious about not mortgaging our future generations to cover an irresponsible federal debt. The remaining balance of this program is roughly $3 billion. That said, there are a few pending projects that are under consideration or construction that are being repaid, and this amendment protects those projects. If we're serious about finding offsets for this bill, I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment because it is a true offset. And it also, I think, would be a strong message when this bill goes to the floor that we need to work as a Congress to make sure that we have the whole bill spending offset. And again, I encourage adoption of the amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else? Any further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Dingle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment redirects funding away from renewable energy transmission projects across the West that are assisted by the Western Area Power Administration. Redirecting this funding will hamper our efforts to deploy renewable energy and probably most importantly, which is a national security issue as much as anything else, expand, modernize, and improve the reliability of our electric grid. This amendment also cuts long-term funding needed for the Wildlife Conservation and Restoration subaccount. This long-term funding is essential for our conservation and restoration efforts. I keep saying this, and I reaffirm my commitment again to continue to work with the ranking member to continue the pay-for conversation. We've been unable to find a mutually agreeable pay-for in the committee's jurisdiction, but I am working with others very hard to find it. But in the meantime, we've got to move this process forward. We've got to get it done. The Senate wants to move it, and we need to move it. So regardless, this amendment undermines our efforts here today, and I have to urge my colleagues to vote no. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, Napolitano here.
Representative Napolitano, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Westerman, we have a great problem in the West with drought. The Hoover plant was refunded for 50 years for continuing to provide not only electricity, but water to many areas. And you're taking funds that are going to be desperately needed in a few years. They're needed now, but in a few years, it'll be critical. I thoroughly oppose your amendment. Thank you, Mr. Ayubak.
Anyone else wish to be recognized? Any other member?
More from Utah.
Mr. Moore, you recognized, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. While this markup today has been absent of what I really love about these markups and Huffman and Graves banter, I have appreciated a lot of actually productive conversation. That's something that we don't always get, and I have appreciated that today. I've appreciated the gentlelady from Michigan, her efforts to get us to this point, and particularly being okay to come out in support of many amendments that my colleagues on the minority side have offered. So I sincerely have appreciated a lot of this discussion. One other thing I've appreciated is Ranking Member Westerman's amendments in conjunction with his 5th, 6th, and 7th amendment. It helped me get over the point that I was struggling with coming into today. I didn't want to show up and just talk about how much I support the intent behind this, but I ultimately can't support it because of the mandatory spending piece. That is where I land on this, and that's what I love about Ranking Member Westerman's approach in finding a solution. That's a job of Congress. We cannot abdicate our responsibility anymore. You know, and as I've sat on the sidelines of politics for the last 20 years and watched our debt grow, it's something I want to be a part of the reversal of. And I think we can start with small things like this. And so I again highlight how important this type of legislation is to Utah. Utah loves conservation efforts. There are groups that are very supportive of this in my own constituent base. Overall, again, supporting this type of legislation. Utah brings so many visitors, generational visitors, to come to Utah and enjoy what we have to offer here. We've seen conservation efforts like Westerman mentioned with the Pittman-Robertson Wildlife Restoration Funding that has done exceptional work. And it's triggered the greatest comeback in the global history of wildlife conservation programs. I'm also grateful for the men and women in the sportsman community who have played such an active and important role in helping us move the ball forward on conservation efforts. and this is where I get to that point of being supportive of the intent, but we've got to be able to fix and address the funding issue. Nothing's perfect. We're not going to be able to find something perfect. Utah is experiencing that similar level of drought. But if we continue to push things to the mandatory side, we can't do our jobs as members of Congress. And this bill doesn't solve our, if we made these amendments that the ranking member is suggesting, it's not going to solve our $30 trillion of debt. We've got a much bigger fight ahead of us. We have to come together on to be able to address. But it's a start, and it's something that I want to be vocal and supportive of, and find an opportunity to work together with my Democrat colleagues to make sure we can get legislation that's broadly supported, like this is, and find a way to address the funding. So again, arguments against it. Of course, it's not going to be perfect. I love the sunset aspect of it. It gives us some element to not just push it away, because we've seen as we've pushed things onto that mandatory side, it's hard to ever kind of get that back, and we continue to grow and grow and grow our debt, and we've got to be responsible members to figure that out. So again, I will land on where we started today, and my support of the intent of this bill and all those groups that have been working towards it, particularly to Rep. Dingle on her effort on this, and support heavily these amendments offered by Mr. Westerman. And thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlemen, yields. Anyone else? Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Number 6. The details, and let me recognize myself that I appreciate very much Representative Dingle's commitment to looking for an offset to the money that is being indicated in the legislation. I agree that effort is important, and I've agreed with many of the other comments. But I also want to put just a tiny bit of caution in that discussion, because offsets are in the eye of the beholder. And what is an offset that some of my colleagues on the other side find absolutely okay, some of us on our side find them as not okay, that they're going against some fundamental values that are part of our mission as a committee and our charge as a committee. So as we go through that offset discussion, just a word of small caution that it's in the eye of the beholder what is an offset and what is not, and so with that, let me, any further discussion on Westerman's amendment number 6? There we no further debate. The question is on Western amendment number 6. I will pause so that members in favor can unmute and indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Members will, all those opposed will unmute and indicate by saying no.
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 No. The opinion of the chair is the noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Ranking Member Westerman, you have amendment designated number 7. Before I recognize you, sir, would the ranking member like to offer the Herald amendment, or is she available at this point?
I'm not sure if she's available or not. If she's not, I can offer the amendment.
Because Ms. Herald is okay.
It's on screen.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm. Ms. Herald, you're recognized for amendment designated 2273 ESA. It's not working. Until the staffs work on that, let me go back to you, Mr. Westerman, and your amendment number 7, and you're recognized for 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is my final amendment on a way to pay for RAWA. And Mr. Chairman, I think this amendment would solve all of our problems on the committee, and it would make Congress function like Congress is supposed to function. This amendment takes the mandatory spending and it shifts it to discretionary spending. It creates a sunset, and it really allows this committee to practice its jurisdiction of authorizing and puts the onus on the Appropriations Committee to find the funding for RAWA. This wouldn't be unlike many other programs in the federal government. And again, the fundamental issue I have with this bill is the mandatory spending and the lack of a sunset. My amendment resolves both of those issues by changing it to discretionary appropriation-based program and sunsetting that authorization of appropriations. It would be a 7-year sunset, which again gives us 2 cycles to analyze how the states are doing. I think it's a much more open and transparent process. I support the intent of this bill, but the never-ending mandatory spending mechanisms will only add to our debt. This amendment, which makes the bill subject to appropriation, help provides congressional oversight on an annual basis. The way the bill is currently written, the American taxpayers are simply writing a blank check of $1.4 billion every year under this bill with hardly any oversight, and that's in perpetuity. While I realize that amendments have been or will be offered that rightly sunset this program, this amendment brings some form of accountability by requiring annual congressional appropriations while not adding over $1 billion worth of debt each year that our children and grandchildren will be burdened with. I said in my opening remarks on this bill that this is really about creating a healthier, safer, cleaner environment for our children and our grandchildren. It's about restoring habitat, which is not only good for wildlife, but it's also good for humans. We would all benefit from habitat restoration, but there's a cost to it. And it's unfair, I think, for us to spend our posterity's tax dollars today when we should highly prioritize this bill and find ways to offset the spending. This amendment does sunset the discretionary appropriations at the 7-year mark, which would cause Congress to re-examine the effectiveness of the program. It would allow us to see what's working and what's not working, to be able to improve the program as it is Congress's duty to do. That's what a sunset allows us to do. Many of the amendments that we offered before, those are amendments that could possibly be added in the future after we do these reviews. Again, this is a good faith effort to improve the bill. It's fiscally responsible and it makes this bill better. I could support this bill if it had this amendment in it. And if we can't get this kind of an amendment in it in the committee, I don't know how we would get the amendment in it on the floor. But again, regardless of how the bill ends up in committee today, I will continue to work with Ms. Dingle and the majority, looking for ways to pay for the bill, to make it transparent, to make it responsible, and really to make it function within the guidelines of how Congress should operate. I encourage adoption of this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Thank you. Who seeks recognition on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Dingle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I comment on the my colleague's amendment here, I would like to thank Representative Moore for his comments and actually just say that probably one of my fondest memories and one of the things that my husband loved the outdoors. Many of you may have known that he was a park ranger in Colorado. And if he had been offered a full-time park ranger job before he ran for Congress, he never would have been a member of Congress. But my favorite memory is the Provo River and the sun coming up, my fly fishing with 6 other members of Congress, Republicans and Democrats. And I caught as many, or I caught more than the 6 of them combined. So my love of Utah will always, the Provo River is something that those memories, that love that I got from John is what makes me so intense and passionate today. And I want to share with all of you, I love the land that you represent, and it's in my heart and soul. So as I've previously said, throughout this entire markup, I'm committed to continuing the conversation with the ranking member with respect to the pay for the Recovering America's Wildlife Act. But in the meantime, we've been trying to get this done. We've got to move the process forward. The Senate's ready to move it forward. And I love the Senate, but when are they ever ready to move some things forward? Addressing the biodiversity crisis must be a priority. And this need's gone unmet for too long. This idea, a dedicated funding stream for state-based wildlife conservation, has been around for some time. And quite frankly, was part of a larger bill, the Conservation and Reinvestment Act, which was led by Congressman Don Young 20 years ago. It would have been significantly more cost-effective to address this issue then, and it would be a huge missed opportunity to avoid tackling this issue now. And another story, Don Young and John Dingell hunted together in Alaska before Don Young ever came to Congress. We're not going to talk about how long ago that was. But what we need now is a will to act. And I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and continue to work with us in moving the process forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Anyone else seek recognition on Westerman Amendment number 7? Hearing no further debate, the question is on the amendment number 7. All those in favor unmute and indicate by saying aye.
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 Members opposed unmute and indicate by saying no.
No.
No. No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request to record a vote.
Gentleman requested a recorded vote, and that's postponed based on the prior announcement. Representative Harold, are you prepared for your amendment at this point?
Mr. Chairman, she's come to, I'm going to give her my computer because her audio wasn't working on her computer. So she's going to present it from my computer.
Yes, Andrew.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me now?
Yes, Representative Harold, you have an amendment designated 2273 ESA, and gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your patience. This amendment is intended to allow more backing to voluntary conservation. In the bill, I feel as if there's too much emphasis on government-run conservation and not enough on private conservation efforts, like the candidate conservation agreements, the CCAs. CCAs must be an integral part of conservation going forward as they empower private businesses and landowners to take voluntary actions to conserve species. In my home state of New Mexico, CCAs have been very successful and embraced by hundreds of my constituents to the benefit of several threatened species. Unfortunately, the Fish and Wildlife Service has failed to properly take these private conservation efforts into account and have proposed listing species that are covered by CCAs, despite the fact that the conservation efforts are working. One of these species, the lesser prairie chicken, which has successful CCA operating in my district, the CCA has over 100 businesses and private landowners enrolled and has conserved 4 million acres of habitat for the chicken. These efforts have aided to the broader efforts to grow the lesser prairie chicken population, which has resulted in an increase from 15,397 birds in 2013 to 34,408 birds range-wide in 2020. This includes a stable to increasing population in the areas the Fish and Wildlife Service proposes to classify as the lesser prairie chicken is endangered. Considering over 95% of the LPC's habitat is on private land and voluntary conservation efforts have been effective, it is disappointing that FWS would undercut private partners and have been that have been diligently working towards a healthy recovery for the species. It does not make a logical or scientific sense to list a species as endangered if the population of the species is increasing and there are already private conservation efforts in place that are working. In fact, taking this action to list the species could dry up conservation dollars and disincentivize this type of proactive conservation. I would urge the committee to prioritize voluntary efforts which have gained broad support from key stakeholders, as opposed to putting all of our eggs in the basket of government-run conservation programs. Conservation is a part of the Western way of life, and my constituents are doing what they can to assist in protecting many at-risk species. Let's improve this bill by making a positive change that empowers our constituents to take important voluntary conservation actions. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on,
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Dingle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to rise in opposition to this amendment. Candidate conservation agreements, voluntary conservation agreements between the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and candidate conservation agreements with assurances are programs that I strongly support. I've even helped on some. But collaborative efforts between federal and private partners can yield dividends if they are properly implemented. However, this amendment would significantly weaken the Endangered Species Act by exempting any species covered by these agreements whose population is increasing or stabilizing. A small population increase or stabilization of species numbers is not a great proxy for the overall health of a species. We need to continue to adhere to a science-based approach to conservation. So while I support CCAs and CCAAs, we've got to make sure that we continue to uphold important environmental protections while doing so. For these reasons, I cannot support this amendment and ask my colleagues to oppose it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Anyone else with any further discussion on the amendment, Ms. Harrell's amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on the Harrell Amendment 2273 ESA. All those, I will pause so the members in favor can unmute. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Members opposed can unmute and indicate by saying no.
No.
The opinion of chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Any further amendments? Hearing none, we now move to HR 3228, Coastal Resilience Data and Services from Representative Velasquez. The item for consideration is HR 3228 offered by the Representative Velasquez. I ask unanimous consent that the Subcommittee on Water, Oceans, and Wildlife be discharged from further consideration of the bill, and without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. I recognize myself to speak to the legislation. HR 3228, the National Coastal Resilience Data and Service Act, is led by my friend Representative Velasquez. Our communities deserve reliable and convenient access to data and maps to plan for flood risk, sea level rise, and coastal resilience. The legislation puts mechanisms in place to ensure Americans receive data and data products that address the actual needs of their end users and our communities. The bill directs NOAA to develop a comprehensive suite of data products and services to provide timely coastal resilience data to our community. The bill also requires interagency cooperation to align federal coastal resilience activities to help the U.S. better prepare for, avoid, mitigate, and respond and recover from potentially devastating impacts of sea level rise and coastal flooding. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back. Before we go into any amendments, does any member wish to be recognized on the legislation itself, HR 3228? Is there, see no further debate, we'll go into the amendment process. Without objection, the ANS offered by myself is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. Representatives Graves, we are prepared to accept a few of your amendments to HR 3228 and help strengthen the bill. We will accept numbers 4, 5, and 6. I understand that would be amenable to us doing them together in block, having an opportunity to speak, and then adopting them by UC. Is that correct? Mr. Graves? Then without objection, the amendments, Graves 4, 5, and 6 will be considered en bloc. And if Mr. Graves is available, you are recognized for 5 minutes for your en bloc amendments. Hearing no further debate or discussion on the amendments, I ask unanimous consent to the amendments Graves 4, 5, and 6 en bloc be adopted to the ANS. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Are there any other amendments to the bill? There's no further amendments. The question is on adopting the ANS as amended. I will pause so that members in favor can unmute. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed can unmute and indicate by saying no.
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 In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the ANS is adopted. The question is on adopting the bill as amended and ordering it favorably reported to the House. I will pause so that members in favor can unmute. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Members will mute themselves and all those unmute themselves, and all those opposed can indicate by saying no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the bill is adopted as amended and ordered favorably reported. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. I would like, let me tell my colleagues that the committee will recess for votes on the House floor. We will reconvene about 2 p.m. Eastern time in order to take the recorded votes that have been requested. If members log back in at or before 2 o'clock Eastern time, so that I encourage them to log back so we can proceed immediately to recorded vote. At this point, the committee stands in recess and reconvening at 2 o'clock Eastern time. Thank you. Thank you. The item now for consideration is HR 5118, offered by a member of the committee, Representative Neguse. I ask unanimous consent that the Subcommittee on National Parks, Forests, and Public Lands be discharged from further consideration of the bill, and without objection, the bill would be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. Let me recognize the sponsor of the legislation, Representative Neguse, for 5 minutes to speak on his legislation. Mr. Neguse?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I believe that Representative Goose and Chair of the Public Lands is not able to come because he encountered a conflict, but I would like to speak in favor of the legislation.
Please. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you.
Indigenous Peoples Subcommittee, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. And I just, I'm co-leading this bill with Representative Neguse because it would indeed connect the Continental Divide Trail. We know that these trails, whether it's the Continental Divide, the Appalachian, so many of these trails just bring much joy to those who travel on and to the small communities that are on the way. They also bring good economic development. I am very thankful to Mr. Neguse because he has actually recognized an amendment that I wanted to make sure we brought, because I think that these trails do best when there is great consultation between and among the different communities that the trails pass through. And we know that this bill clearly prohibits the acquisition of land by eminent domain and specifies that land may be purchased only from a willing seller and allows for other arrangements besides acquisition, like rights of raise. Representative Neguse and Chair Grijalva, I am very thankful that in the ANS that we will be voting on today, that it also honors traditional communities by ensuring that the BLM and the Forest Service consult with governors of pueblos and tribal lands, that they also consult with the land grant Mercedes. For in New Mexico, we have many land grant Mercedes that flow back centuries. Acequias, who their lands often, their waters that irrigate their lands flow from the mountains that this trail will cross, and also the volunteer and nonprofit organizations that could assist or be affected by the trail's development. And so that's what was really nice, that this bill actually is recognizing the benefit of having that collaboration, having those conversations, and building out these trails in our beautiful, beautiful lands. And so I want to thank the sponsor for that. I look forward. We have made a deal, Chairman Neguse and I, that we will together hike the trail. I will travel up to Colorado and hike with him there, and he will come down to New Mexico and hike with me on the part of the Continental Divide in my district. And I think that that is something that I encourage everybody listening to come and join us on that hike and enjoy the beauty and wonder of the mountains that the Continental Divide does cross. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there any further discussion on the legislation? Any member wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Westerman, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think I can feel the frustration that Mr. Neguse is experiencing. I know sometimes it's hard to get the attention of these federal agencies and to get them off of dead center. But when we look at this legislation, I believe it's unnecessary and redundant with other existing authorities. It's going to create more red tape, and I don't think it's going to solve the problem that Mr. Goose is trying to get resolved. The Forest Service and other federal land management agencies already have authority to acquire lands for this trail and to develop partnerships with volunteers and nonprofit organizations that assist with trail development, maintenance, and management. At the legislative hearing on this bill last November, the Forest Service testified that only 5% of the trail is considered incomplete. These incomplete sections are due to a lack of willing sellers, an issue Congress cannot and should not try to intervene in. The bill does nothing to actually solve the problem, and instead adds the things that I think will actually hamper progress, adding additional layers of bureaucracy, adding plans and reports that have to be filled out. Furthermore, this bill is not supported by members whose districts are directly impacted by the legislation. Ignoring the voices of members whose districts are directly impacted by legislation moved through the Natural Resources Committee has unfortunately become par for the course during this Congress. While I'm a firm supporter of conservation, access, and outdoor recreation, I do not believe that this bill will help the trail be completed any faster. In fact, it may result in the opposite by increasing the administrative burden on the Forest Service through new plans and reports. I would suggest that a better form of leverage for Mr. Neguse to consider on this trail would be in the appropriations process. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back.
You, anyone else wish to be recognized on the legislation before we begin the amendment process? If there's no further debate, let me, without objection, the NS offered by Representative Neguse is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. And let me now begin by saying, are there any amendments? If there are no further amendments, the question is on adopting the ANS. I will pause so that members in favor can unmute. Those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Members opposed will unmute themselves and indicate by saying no.
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 The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the ANS is adopted. Final passage and favorably reporting. The question is on adopting the bill as amended and ordering favorably reported to the House. I will pause so that members in favor can unmute. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Members opposed indicate by saying no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the bill is adopted as amended and ordered favorably reported. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table without objection, and the long title of HR 5118 is amended. Calling up HR 2872. This item for consideration is offered by Representative Cartwright. I ask unanimous consent that the following subcommittees be discharged from further consideration of the bill: Water, Oceans, and Wildlife, National Parks, Forests and Public Lands, Energy and Mineral Resources, Subcommittee for Indigenous Peoples of the United States. Without objection, so ordered. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. Does anybody wish to be recognized on the any member on the legislation? I recognize myself to speak on the legislation. Climate change and extreme weather events threaten our nation, ecosystems and wildlife as well. And while the climate crisis receives some attention, the interconnected biodiversity crisis we face rarely receives headlines. In North America, we've lost 3 billion birds in the past 50 years, and in 2021, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service declared 23 more wildlife species extinct. Scientists continue to warn of the severe and irreversible consequences to our ecosystems and society associated with biodiversity collapse and the acceleration of this crisis in connection to climate change. As we tackle the climate crisis, it's imperative that we also invest in adaptation and resilience for wildlife and ecosystems. HR 2872, the Safeguarding America's Future and Environment Act, or the SAFE Act, does just that by creating the National Fish, Wildlife, and Plants Climate and Adaptation Strategy Working Group to develop and implement climate adaptation efforts for wildlife and ecosystems across federal and state agencies. This common sense bill directs the federal government to identify actions that agencies can take to protect, conserve, and manage fish, wildlife, and plants from the impact of climate change. Given that resilient natural systems provide numerous benefits to people and wildlife, I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting this good piece of legislation and yield back the remainder of my time. Before we consider amendments, again, does any member wish to be recognized on the bill?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Westerman, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill revives a 2013 Obama-era National Fish, Wildlife, and Plants Climate Adaptation Strategy, and it's almost identical to a partisan bill passed by this committee in the last Congress. I find it telling that under both the Trump and Biden administration, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service said that the bill is duplicative and unnecessary. That's bipartisan opposition. If that weren't enough, the bill requires states to prepare and have the Department of Interior approve so-called adaptation plans in order to receive funding for certain programs. The Biden administration's U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service also expressed concerns with those requirements. Despite these bipartisan concerns, it's unfortunate that we're considering this bill once again. I oppose the bill and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else wish to be recognized on the legislation? And if there's no further debate on the legislation, let me begin the amendment process. Representative Moore, you have an amendment designated number 1, and you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. And thanks for Ranking Member Westerman as well for speaking on behalf here. There can be no doubt of our shared interest in conservation efforts. I speak to this often, and Republicans invented conservation. I like to remind everybody that, and I support state-led efforts to bolster habitat and species health. We're seeing amazing things happen at the state level in Utah. In the last 20 years alone, the Utah Department of Natural Resources has successfully prevented more than 20 species from being listed under the Endangered Species Act. However, I have serious concerns with Section 8 of H.R. 2872, which conditions states' eligibility for funding on the Secretary of Interior's approval of a state's adaptation strategy. I agree with President Biden and President Trump's U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, who both, during their respective administrations, explicitly shared their concerns with this language, which they view as Ranking Member Westerman shared as duplicative and unnecessary. Our states understand their needs better than any bureaucrat in Washington ever could. That's true for Utah. That's true for all of our states. Instead of increasing Washington, D.C.'s influence in our backyards and making it more difficult for states to conserve wildlife, we should be looking for ways to streamline processes and cut red tape so this work can actually get done. My amendment would facilitate that by removing the language opposed by both President Trump and President Biden's Fish and Wildlife Service that dictates eligibility for funding based on the submission of a climate adaptation plan to the Secretaries of Interior and Commerce. I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Gentleman yields. Any further debate before we begin the amendment? Before we move on to any other amendments that members might have? Any further discussion on this particular amendment? Let me recognize
Chairman.
Mr. Westerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real simple amendment, as Mr. Moore explained. It takes care of the issue with the adaptation plan requirements for the states. And as has been stated, both the Trump and Biden administration, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, thinks it's a bad idea to have to do these adaptation plans. Support my colleague's amendment, and I urge everyone to vote for it. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Westerman. Let me recognize myself. I oppose this amendment. Federal agencies and states are partners in the conservation of fish, wildlife, and plants. States play a major role in addressing the conservation needs of their wildlife, and they receive funding from American taxpayers to carry out that work. Section 8 of the bill is a fiscally responsible strategy to ensure American taxpayer dollars are not wasted. Conservation will be successful only if we take into account all the threats and opportunities and then plan accordingly. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to vote no on the amendment and yield back. Hearing no further debate, the question is on Mr. Moore's amendment number 1 to the bill. I will pause so that members in favor can unmute and indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Members opposed will unmute and indicate by saying no.
No.
No, no.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Chairman, I request a recorded vote. I believe Representative Lowenthal may have voted twice. I'm just joking. It's fine. I request a recorded vote.
Mr. Chair, point of order, am I not allowed to vote twice?
Mr. Lowenthal, of course you can vote twice. You can vote 3 times. Your value to this committee is tremendous. So if you vote twice, you vote twice. Anyway, in the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it and the amendment is not agreed to. Mr. Moore has requested a recorded vote. The vote will be postponed pursuant to the prior announcement. Representative Graves, you have amendment designated number 2, and you are recognized for 5 minutes, sir. Amendment designated number 2. Mr. Ranking Member, if I may, would you like to manage Mr. Graves' amendment at this point?
Would it be possible for,
I'm here.
of course, there's Mr. Graves.
Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Graves. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Sorry about that, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first amendment is amendment number 2. And what this one does is it's designed to support at-risk species and funding for at-risk species. It simply says no provision of this act shall take effect if it's determined to result in a reduction in funds for states to help recover and conserve at-risk species. And so bottom line is that if the wildlife and plants are so at risk from quote climate pollution, then why does the bill condition funding on more bureaucratic review? And so this is just designed to make sure that we're focused on real good outcomes and real problems, and not just focused on providing additional bureaucracy and getting ourselves locked up in navel gazing and other things that bureaucrats apparently enjoy doing. So once again, all it does is it says that if this puts at-risk species, and it prevents the recovery of at-risk species, then the act doesn't take effect. I think this is entirely consistent with the intent and what folks are saying out loud, but we want to make sure that the bill actually does that as well. So I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on Mr. Graves' amendment? Number 2. Let me recognize myself. I oppose this amendment, and it is unclear to me what the intent actually is. The bill is about assessing climate change impacts on plants, fish, and wildlife, and then planning accordingly. Strategies that integrate climate change impacts will help federal agencies and states spend American taxpayer dollars wisely and focused on where the real need is. The bill does not shift money around or away from at-risk species. Therefore, I urge a no vote on the amendment, and I yield back. Anyone else wish to be recognized on the amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on Mr. Graves' amendment number 2. I will pause so the members in favor can unmute. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All members opposed can unmute and indicate by saying no.
No.
The opinion of chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Representative Graves, You have amendment designated number 3, and you are recognized for 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm really surprised by how that last vote went. It simply, the last vote was designed to ensure that at-risk species could be recovered, that you wouldn't have a bureaucracy stopping state efforts. Similarly, this amendment, this is based explicitly on testimony from officials from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service over the 116th and the 117th Congress that came before the committee and testified, let me say it again, explicitly testified that this legislation would be duplicative of ongoing efforts. They said that the bill would be, quote, duplicative of ongoing efforts related to the adaptation strategies for fish, wildlife, and plants. Therefore, under this amendment, it would simply provide the secretary the discretion to prevent the duplication of efforts. I mean, many things in this bill are sort of solutions in search of problems. It simply says the secretary concerned shall maintain their discretion to prevent implementation of any provision in this act if determined to be duplicative of ongoing efforts related to the adaptation strategies for fish, wildlife, and plants. Let me say this again. This is from testimony from career officials at U.S. Fish that came and testified before the committee on this exact bill that identified problems, that said that this was duplicative. Effectively, my words, that this is solutions in search of problems. And so let's stay focused on outcomes here. Let's not just go fund bureaucracies and throw or heap additional programs and requirements on top of other ones. Let's be efficient. Let's actually use taxpayer dollars in an efficient way. And I think respond to some of the testimony that comes before the committee rather than just having a charade. Let's listen to what folks are telling us. So urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Graves. Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to speak to amendment number 3? Graves amendment? Let me recognize myself. I oppose the amendment because fundamentally it's not necessary. The bill is not duplicative. In fact, it builds on work that the Fish and Wildlife Service and other federal agencies and states have been doing for the past decade to avoid duplication and by harmonizing strategies for species conservation in the face of climate change. And I think that coordination and that harmonizing is essential going forward. I think this legislation is not duplicative. In fact, it provides some real guidance to agencies at all levels, and I would urge a no vote on the amendment and yield back. Any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on the Graves amendment number 3. Those in favor, unmute and indicate by saying aye.
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 Members opposed can unmute and indicate by saying no.
No.
According to the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The question is on adopting the bill as amended. No, adopting the bill and ordering it. Oh, we got one more. Excuse me. I thought this was. Yep. The item for consideration is HR 1415 offered by Representative Kilmer. I ask unanimous consent that the Subcommittee on Water, Oceans, and Wildlife and the Subcommittee on Indigenous Peoples of the United States be discharged from further consideration of the bill. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I recognize myself to speak to the legislation. HR 1415, the Tribal Coastal Resiliency Act, is sponsored by Representative Kilmer. The bill provides critical support for tribal and indigenous communities who are already suffering the adverse impacts of climate change. Increased flooding, wildfires, drought, and rising sea levels threaten indigenous people's way of life, limiting traditional subsistence hunting and fishing rights and harming local businesses. Although climate change impacts all communities, indigenous peoples have a limited access to funding streams to implement mitigation measures. To address this, This bill expands the Coastal Zone Management Act grant eligibility to include tribes with coastal zones, allowing these groups to make progress in this question. The legislation before us today removes the need for tribes as sovereign entities to channel requests through the state, instead giving them access to the funding mechanisms they deserve. The substitute amendment makes technical changes to the original bill to align it with Section 501 of the Ocean-Based Climate Solutions Act, which passed out of Markup July 14, 2021. Similar language also passed the House during the 116th Congress as part of H.R. 729, the Coastal and Great Lakes Communities Enhancement Act, and I encourage you to join me once again in supporting the legislation today. Thank you, and I yield back. Does any other member wish to speak, be recognized on the legislation?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Westerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This ANS would make the language in HR 1415 identical to Chairman Grijalva's Ocean-Based Climate Solutions Act, which the committee passed on a partisan vote last year. While well-intentioned, we've termed this bill the Blue New Deal because it's costly and overburdensome approach. The amendment would create a new separate $25 million grant program under the Coastal Zone Management Act just for tribes. This funding would be in addition to the funding allocated to the states, which tribes still have access to by partnering on projects. As written, the federal government would be on the hook for 95% of the cost of any activity carried out. Let me repeat that, 95%. And the secretary can waive that 5% cost share. Compare that to the states, which generally pay 50% of the cost of any project. In addition, the ANS would remove a requirement that grantees consult with the affected coastal state regarding the grant objectives and purpose. I'm not sure why this provision was removed because it's common sense to have everyone on the same page. There are cost issues with this bill. Despite its best intentions, I oppose H.R. 1415 and I yield back.
Mr. Westerman, gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on the legislation? If not, I'm Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman, you're recognized, not here.
I think there's like a couple of things that he did that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment makes some common sense changes to H.R. 1415. First, it would lower the federal overhead cost to 3% and reduce the federal cost share requirement to 50%. Lowering the federal cost share to 50% brings this grant program more in line with the rest of the Coastal Zone Management Act programs. Second, the amendment adds back the underlying bill's requirements for grantees to consult with the affected coastal state regarding the grant objective and purposes. This provision was in the original bill, but the chairman's ANS removed it. It makes sense for each party to communicate and for grantees to understand the needs of impacted coastal states as they spend federal tax dollars. This amendment restores the necessary communication. Lastly, the amendment addresses a concern raised by NOAA in the last Congress regarding one of the tribal coastal zone objectives included in the bill. NOAA expressed concerns that including any coastal or shoreline stabilization measure as an objective may include projects that are capital intensive and in some cases adversely affect nearby beaches, dunes, and other coastal resources. My amendment addresses NOAA's concerns and removes that objective. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to support the amendment and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the amendment? If not, I recognize myself. I oppose the amendment. There are parts of this amendment that we'd be happy to work with the minority and Mr. Westerman to address moving forward. It would be fine adjusting the administrative expenses to 3% and recognize that no coastal zone projects happen in isolation. So some level of coordination between tribes and state is necessary to ensure the success of any project. However, I also have serious concerns about other parts of the amendment. In a Water, Oceans, and Wildlife Subcommittee hearing last Congress, We heard testimony that the barriers of cost share requirements for tribes, a 50% cost share, is unworkable, unattainable, and would significantly limit coastal zone work. Also oppose removing shoreline stabilization projects from the list of eligible projects. Tribes on the front lines of climate change are facing coastal erosion, sea level rise, and measures to slow land loss should be eligible for funding. I'm happy to continue to work on this with my colleague, but for now, I urge a no vote and yield back. Any other comments and debate on the amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on Westerman Amendment number 3. Those members in favor will mute and vote aye.
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 Members opposed will unmute and indicate their opposition by voting by
Nay.
no.
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 In the opinion of chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Could I ask the members just to hold for just a minute? Thank you. An error on somebody's part, and I apologize for that. I would take responsibility for it, but I'm not. If there are no further amendments, I would like to request unanimous consent that Mr. Westerman's amendment, the ANS offered by myself and Mr. Westerman's amendment addresses that ANS. And that the ANS be considered read and open to amendment at any point. And that the amendment that Mr. Westerman made is be considered made to the ANS. If there's no objection, thank you. So members, if there's no further amendments, the question is on adopting the ANS. Right now, before we do this final thing here? Yes. We're gonna recess till 3 o'clock. And then 3 o'clock, we're gonna have recorded votes on all the votes that were asked to be recorded. Thank you.
Technology piece of that.
postponed votes. Members, let me remind the members again that under the House regulation, the members must be visible to the chair in order to vote. No exception for technical issues. Members should answer the clerk by saying your name first and then your vote. And this allows the camera enough time to switch to you and it helps reduce confusion. And if a member is visible but without sound, they may visibly vote with a thumbs up or thumbs down. Members are reminded that voting without an audio is not recommended because the camera may not switch to you and the clerk may not see you. But if that's the circumstance you find yourself in, thumbs up, thumbs down will work. Thank you. Returning to HR 2773, the question is on the unfinished business, the amendments to ANS. The first amendment where a recorded vote was requested was Fulcher Amendment number 14. Will the clerk call the roll?
Mr. Grijalva.
Grijalva votes no.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young.
Aye.
Mr. Young votes aye. Mr. Costa.
Costa votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Sablon.
No.
Got him.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn.
Sir.
Mr. Huffman.
Huffman votes no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman.
Okay.
Mr. Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock. Mr. Gallego.
He believes
Gallego votes no.
should not apply to veterans' benefits.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Graves.
Yes, sorry.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Neguse.
No. Neguse votes no.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Heiss.
Heiss says yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Mr. Levin.
Levin votes no.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mrs. Radewagen.
Radewagen, aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Leisha Fernandez.
Mr. Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Leisha Fernandez votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon. Ms. Stansberry.
Stansbury votes no.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher votes aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. Velasquez. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Tiffany. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Carl.
Mr. Carl, aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Mrs. Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, yes.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Moore.
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes yes.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Sam Nicholas.
So Nicholas votes no.
Mr. Sam Nicholas votes no. Mrs. Bobert. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte, how did you vote?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Benz?
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes aye. Ms. McCollum?
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko?
Taco votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Lee votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Han?
Mr. Hand votes no.
Mr. Han votes no.
Picture.
Are there
Tiffany
any,
votes aye.
any members who wish to vote or change their vote, please?
Yeah, Lamborn's here. Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Tiffany?
Yeah, Tiffany votes aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye.
I apologize. I have a little problem with my computer. I had to go to another computer.
If there's no members that wish to vote or change their vote, if not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, can we hold for a moment?
So hang on.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 18 and the nays are 24.
The ayes have it and the amendment fails. The next amendment is the amendment designated Fulcher number 15, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
Grijalva votes no.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Westerman, aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young?
Yay!
Mr. Young votes aye. Mr. Costa?
Costa votes no.
Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Sablan?
No.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
Oh, I hit the wrong.
Mr. Huffman?
Votes no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Woodman? Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. Gallego?
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Graves?
No? Yes. Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Heiss.
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Mr. Levin.
Levin votes no.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mrs. Radewagen.
Radewagen, aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Stansberry.
Stansberry votes no.
Stansberry votes no. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. Velasquez. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Carl.
Carl votes aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Moore.
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas.
San Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Mrs. Boebert. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia votes aye.
Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Bentz.
Bentz votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Ms. McCollum.
McCullough votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Han.
Trahan votes no.
Mr. Han votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Magoo recorded?
Mr. Neguse is not recorded.
Neguse votes no.
Mr.
How's
Neguse votes no.
Whitman recorded? How's Mr. Whitman recorded?
Mr. Whitman, you're not recorded.
Mr. Whitman votes yes.
Mr. Whitman votes aye.
Garcia would like to change his vote from aye to nay.
Mr. Garcia votes nay.
Any other members who wish to vote or change their votes? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 18 and the nays are 25.
The nays have it and the amendment fails. Next is amendment designated Rosendale number 1. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
Grijalva votes no.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young.
No.
Mr. Young votes no. Mr. Costa. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Sablan.
Sablan votes no.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Lamborn.
Costa votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman votes no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Woodman.
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Woodman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock.
They trusted us.
Mr. Gallego.
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Graves.
Yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Heiss.
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mrs. Radwagen?
Radwagen, aye.
Mrs. Radwagen votes aye. Ms. Porter?
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez?
No.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon?
Aye. Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes. Well, let me see if I don't have a visual on Ms. Gonzalez Colon. There you are. Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Stansberry?
Stansberry votes no.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Mr. Falter?
Coulter's aye.
Mr. Falter votes aye. Ms. Velazquez? Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes yes.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. DeGette?
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Carl?
Carl, aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mrs. Dingle?
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. McEachin?
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Moore?
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas?
San Nicolas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Mrs. Boebert? Mr. Garcia?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Bentz?
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Ms. McCullum?
No.
Ms. McCullum votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen?
Votes no.
I'm trying to see a visual. Sorry, sir.
I'm having problems. There I am. Start my video. I got to punch that. There we go. Come on up. There you go.
There it is. Okay. Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Taco votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Han?
Hand votes no.
Mr. Han votes no.
Are there any members who wish to change their vote or wish to vote?
You tracking me on this, guys?
Mr. Chairman, I want to change my vote. This is Mr. Young from aye.
Mr. Young votes aye.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye.
If there's no other members who wish to vote or change their vote, if not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 18 and the nays are 25.
The nays have it and the amendment fails. What are we at, Rosendale 2? We now are amendment designated Rosendale number 2, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
Grijalva votes no.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Westerman, aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young?
Yes.
Mr. Young votes aye. Mr. Costa? Mr. Gomert? Mr. Sablon?
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Woodman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. Gallego? Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr.
Gallego
Neguse?
votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Heiss?
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mrs. Radwagen?
Radwagen, aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Porter?
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez?
No.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon?
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Stansberry?
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Mr. Fulcher?
Fulcher's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. Velazquez? Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. DeGette?
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Carl?
Carl, aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mrs. Dingle?
Dingle, no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. McEachin? Mr. Moore?
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Soto?
No.
Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Sam Nicholas?
So Nicholas votes no.
Mr. Sam Nicholas votes no. Mrs. Boebert?
Boebert votes aye.
Mrs. Boebert votes aye. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Bentz?
Benz votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Ms. McCollum?
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Cohen?
Cohen votes no. No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Taco votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Han?
Trahan votes no.
Mr. Han votes no.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye.
Mr. Costa votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how is McEachin recorded?
Mr. McEachin, you're not recorded.
McEachin votes yes.
Mr. McEachin votes aye.
Are there members who wish to vote or change their votes? Not? The vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 20 and the nays are 24.
The nays have it and the amendment fails. Now we move to Rosendale number 3, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
Galva, no.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young?
Aye.
Mr. Young votes aye. Mr. Costa?
Costa votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Sablon?
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Mr. Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. Gallego?
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Graves?
Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse, I don't have a visual.
Oh, sorry. Neguse votes no.
Yes, okay. Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Heiss? Mr. Heiss? Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mrs. Radewagen?
Radewagen, aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Porter?
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez?
No.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon?
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Stansberry?
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Mr. Fulcher?
Fulcher's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. Velazquez? Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. DeGette?
Get votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Carl?
Carl, aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mrs. Dingle?
Dingle, no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. McEachin?
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Moore?
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas?
San Nicolas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Mrs. Bobert?
Boebert votes aye.
Mrs. Bobert votes aye. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Bentz?
Benz votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Ms. McCullum?
McCullen votes no.
Ms. McCullum votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Lee votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no.
Are the members who wish to change their vote or to vote? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 18 and the nays are 25.
The nays have it and the amendment fails. And now we move to Rosendale number 4. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
Grijalva votes no.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young?
Yes.
Mr. Young votes aye. Mr. Costa?
Costa votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Sablon?
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. Gallego?
Gallego votes no. Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego, I'm trying to get a visual.
Gallego votes no. Gallego votes no.
Okay, Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Graves?
Graves is yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Heiss?
No.
Yes.
Neguse votes no.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Heiss?
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mrs. Radewagen?
Radewagen aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Porter?
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez?
Leger Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon?
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Stansberry? Mr. Fulcher?
Fulcher's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. Velazquez? Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. DeGette?
Get votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Brown? Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Carl?
Mr. Carl, aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mrs. Dingle?
Dingle's no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. McEachin?
All right, sir. I do apologize.
Mr. Moore?
Well, do you have a good caller?
Moore votes aye. 1 second, I'm about
Mr.
to go.
Moore votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes yes.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas?
San Nicolas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Mrs. Bobert?
Yes.
Mrs. Bobert votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Bentz?
Benz votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Ms. McCullum?
McCullum votes no.
Ms. McCullum votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Han?
Trahan votes no.
Mr. Han votes no.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no.
Are there any other members who wish to vote or change their vote? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, we have 19 yeas and 24 nays.
The nays have it and the amendment fails. I'm told the clerk needs to announce a vote tally correction. Nancy?
Yes, I have a correction on full chair amendment number 14. The vote was announced incorrectly. The roll call was actually 17 yeas and 25 nays. The correct numbers are reflected on the tally sheet. The correction does not affect the outcome.
Thank you. Now we go to the amendment designated bench number 3. The clerk should call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
Grijalva votes no.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young?
Yes.
Mr. Young votes aye. Mr. Costa?
Costa votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Sablan?
No.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
Yes.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. Gallego?
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Graves?
Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Heiss?
Aye, yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mrs. Rattawagen?
Rattawagen, aye.
Mrs. Rattawagen votes aye. Ms. Porter?
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mr. Webster? Ms. Leisure Fernandez?
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez?
Leisure Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon?
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Stansberry? Ms. Stansberry? Mr. Fulcher?
Fulcher's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. Velazquez? Mr. Stauber?
Stauber, aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. DeGette?
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Carl?
Carl, aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mrs. Dingle?
Votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Moore.
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes yes.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Sam Nicholas.
San Nicolas votes no.
Mr. Sam Nicholas votes no. Mrs. Bobert.
Bobert votes yes.
Mrs. Bobert votes aye. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia is no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Bentz.
Benz votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Ms. McCullum.
Cullen votes no.
Ms. McCullum votes no. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib.
Lee votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Han.
Trahan votes no.
Mr. Han votes no.
Are there members who wish to vote or change their vote?
Mr. Chairman, this is Melanie Stansbury. I'd like to vote no, please.
Ms. Stansberry votes no.
Thank you.
Thank you. If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 19 and the nays are 25.
Nays have it, and the amendment fails. And now we move to amendment designated Bobert number 2. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
Grijalva votes no.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young votes aye. Mr. Costa. Mr. Gomer. Mr. Sablan.
No.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Woodman.
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Woodman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock. Mr. Gallego.
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Graves.
Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Heiss.
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mrs. Radewagen.
Radewagen, aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mr. Webster. Ms. Leger Fernandez.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez.
Leger Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Yes.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Stansberry.
No.
Stansberry votes no. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. Velasquez. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
Get votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Carl.
Carl, aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Moore.
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no.
Costa votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes yes.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Sam Nicholas.
San Nicolas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Mrs. Boebert.
Boebert votes aye. My video's loading.
Okay, Mrs. Boebert votes aye. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Benz?
Vance votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes aye. Ms. McCullum?
Cullen votes no.
Ms. McCullum votes no. Mr. Cohen?
Cohen, no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no.
Anybody, any member wish to vote or change their vote? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 19 and the nays are 25.
The nays have it and the amendment fails. We now move to amendment designated Westerman number 5. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
Grijalva votes no.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young?
No.
Mr. Young votes no. Mr. Costa? Mr. Gomert? Mr. Sablon?
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. Gallego?
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Graves?
Graves, yes. Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Negus?
No.
Mr. Negus votes no. Mr. Heiss?
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mrs. Radewagen?
Radewagen, aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Porter?
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yea.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez?
Ledger Fernandez.
Ms. Leger Fernandez, I didn't get your vote.
I vote no.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon?
Yes.
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye. Ms. Stansberry?
No.
Stansberry votes no. Mr. Fulcher?
Fulcher's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. Velasquez? Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. DeGette?
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Carl?
Carl, aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mrs. Dingle?
Dingle, no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. McEachin?
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Moore?
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes yes.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas?
San Nicolas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Mrs. Boebert? Mr. Garcia?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Benz?
Vance votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes aye. Ms. McCollum?
McCullum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Mr. Hand votes no.
Are there any members who wish to change their vote or record their vote? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk will report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 17 and the nays are 25.
The nays have it and the amendment fails. And now amendment designated
Now that they're in town, I did
Western
advise them
number
to come
7.
down
So
and
clerk
fix
should call them roll.
the Alameda Corridor East transportation issues.
Mr. Grijalva.
Grijalva votes no.
Mr. Grijalva.
Hold on, just a second.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young.
No.
Mr. Young votes no. Mr. Costa. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Sablon.
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman.
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock. Mr. Gallego.
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Graves.
Yes or no? Yes. Yes. Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Heiss.
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mrs. Radewagen.
Radewagen, aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Stansberry.
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. Velasquez. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
Get votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Carl.
Mr. Carl, aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle, no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Moore.
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes yes.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas.
San Nicolas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Mrs. Bobert.
I think I'm going to have Ben Peterson, who's my defense
Mr.
liaison.
Mr. Garcia.
Give you a call.
Garcia is a no.
Mr. Garcia
I start
votes
with
no. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte,
he's
aye.
my defense
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Case.
and,
No.
Foreign policy.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Bentz.
Vince votes yes.
Welcome to
Mr.
you.
Bentz votes aye. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Tlaib.
Tlaib votes no.
Ms. Tlaib votes no. Mr. Han.
Trahan votes no.
Mr. Han votes no.
Any members who have not voted wish to vote or change their vote? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 17 and the nays are 25.
The nays have it and the amendment fails. The question is now on the ANS as amended to HR 2773. Members in favor, will I unmute and indicate by saying aye? Aye.
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 Members opposed will unmute and indicate by saying no.
No.
No. No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the ANS is agreed to as amended. Final passage. I understand that a recorded vote will be requested. In that case, without objection, we will skip to the recorded vote. The question is on adopting HR 2773 as amended and ordering favorably reported to the House. The clerk should call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
Aye.
Mr. Grijalva votes aye. Mr. Westerman.
No.
Mr. Westerman votes no. Mrs. Napolitano.
Aye.
Mrs. Napolitano votes aye. Mr. Young.
Yes.
Mr. Young votes aye. Mr. Costa.
Yes.
Mr. Costa votes aye. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Sablon.
Aye.
Mr. Sablon votes aye. Mr. Lamborn.
No.
Mr. Lamborn votes no. Mr. Huffman.
Aye.
Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Whitman.
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes aye.
Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. McClintock. Mr. Gallego.
Gallego votes aye.
Mr. Gallego votes aye. Mr. Graves. Mr. Neguse.
Goose votes aye.
Mr. Neguse votes aye. Mr. Heiss.
No.
Mr. Heiss votes no. Mr. Levin.
Aye.
Mr. Levin votes aye. Mrs. Radewagen.
Radewagen, nay.
Mrs. Radewagen votes nay. Ms. Porter.
Yes.
Ms. Porter votes aye. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yea.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez.
Leger Fernandez votes yay.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes aye. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Stansberry.
Yes.
Ms. Stansberry votes aye. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher's no.
Mr. Fulcher votes no. Ms. Velazquez. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Ms. DeGette.
Get votes aye.
Are we done?
Mr. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, no.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Ms. Brownlee. Mr. Carl.
Carl, no.
Mr. Carl votes no. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes aye.
Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale's a no.
Mr. Rosendale votes no. Mr. McEachin.
Aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Mr. Moore.
Nay.
No, I need
Mr.
to
Moore votes no. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes no.
Ms. Harrell votes no. Mr. San Nicolas.
St. Nicholas votes yes.
Mr. San Nicolas votes aye. Mrs. Bobert.
Bobert votes no.
Mrs. Bobert votes no. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia votes aye.
Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, no.
Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. Case.
Aye.
Mr. Case votes aye. Mr. Bentz.
Mr. Benz votes no.
Mr. Bentz votes no. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes aye.
Ms. McCollum votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Yes, aye.
Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes aye.
Ms. Talib votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, Brownlee votes aye.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye.
Are there any other members who wish to vote or to change their vote? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Record. That's how you're recorded. Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chair, can we hold a moment, please?
Sure.
Mr. Chairman,
Sir?
can I ask how I've been recorded, Graves, Louisiana?
Mr. Graves? Missed his vote. With all the indulgence in the world, I think we need to recognize his vote. And so, clerk would add that vote to the total.
Nobody. Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I was having trouble hearing you. I couldn't hear what you said.
I just said to count your vote. I said to count your vote.
I'm a no. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Graves votes no. Okay,
That's gonna tip the whole thing.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 29 and the nays are 15.
The ayes have it, and the measure is ordered favorably reported to the House. And now I wish to recognize the ranking member for the purposes of making a motion to file views. Mr. Westerman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under Committee Rule 5C, I give notice of my intention to file additional or dissenting views on the bill just considered and any other bills considered during this markup. And I ask unanimous consent that this notice be extended to all members.
Without objection, so ordered. Thank you. Returning to HR 2872, the question is on the unfinished business of the amendment designated Moore number 1. A recorded vote has been requested, and the clerk should call the roll.
Mr. Rialva.
Rialva votes no.
Mr. Rialva votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young.
Aye.
Mr. Young votes aye. Mr. Costa. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Sablan.
No.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Woodman.
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Woodman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal. Mr. McClintock. Mr. Gallego.
Aye. Gallego votes aye.
Mr. Gallego votes aye.
No, you're
Mr. Graves.
yes. Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Heiss.
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mrs. Radawagon.
Aye.
Mrs. Radawagon votes aye. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon. Ms. Stansberry.
No.
Ms. Stansberry. Trying to get a visual. Okay, Ms. Stansberry votes no. Mr. Fulcher.
Folger's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. Velasquez. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
Get votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Carl.
Carl, aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle, no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Moore.
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes yes.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas.
San Nicolas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Mrs. Bobert. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia is no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Bentz.
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib.
Lee votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no.
Any members who wish to change their vote or to vote?
Mr. Chair, this is Mr. Lowenthal. How am I recorded?
Mr. Lowenthal, you're not recorded.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
How's Gallego recorded?
Mr. Gallego, you're recorded as an aye.
Can you record me as a no?
Mr. Gallego votes no.
Are there any other members who wish to change their vote or vote? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 17 and the nays are 24.
The nays have it and the amendment fails. And now the question is on adopting HR 2872 and ordering favorably reported to the House. Members in favor will unmute and indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Members opposed will unmute and indicate by saying no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the bill is adopted and ordered favorably reported to the favorably reported. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Now,
Mr. Chairman,
sir,
we get a roll call vote.
sure. Recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
Aye.
Mr. Grijalva votes aye. Mr. Westerman?
No.
Mr. Westerman votes no. Mrs. Napolitano?
Aye.
Mrs. Napolitano votes aye. Mr. Young?
No.
Mr. Young votes no. Mr. Costa? Mr. Gomert? Mr. Sablan?
Yes.
Sounds very politically.
Mr. Sablan votes aye. Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes no.
Mr. Lamborn votes no. Mr. Huffman?
Aye.
Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Woodman?
Whitman votes no.
Mr. Woodman votes no. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes aye.
Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. McClintock? Mr. Gallego?
Gallego votes aye.
Mr. Gallego votes aye. Mr. Graves?
Graves, no.
Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Neguse?
Aye.
Mr. Neguse votes aye. Mr. Heiss?
No.
Mr. Heiss votes no. Mr. Levin?
Aye.
Mr. Levin votes aye. Mrs. Radewagen?
Radewagen, nay.
Mrs. Radewagen votes no. Ms. Porter?
Yes.
Ms. Porter votes aye. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes nay.
Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Leger Fernandez?
Yay. Yes.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes aye. Ms. Gonzalez Colon? Ms. Stansberry? Mr. Fulcher?
Fulcher's no.
Mr. Fulcher votes no. Ms. Velasquez? Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Ms. DeGette?
Gett votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, no.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Ms. Brownlee?
Ms. Brownlee votes aye.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Carl?
Mr. Carl, no.
Mr. Carl votes no. Mrs. Dingle?
Engel votes aye.
Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, no.
Mr. Rosendale votes no. Mr. McEachin?
McEachin votes yes.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Mr. Moore?
Nay.
Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes no.
Ms. Harrell votes nay. Mr. San Nicolas?
St. Nicholas votes yes.
Mr. San Nicolas votes aye. Mrs. Bobert? Mr. Garcia?
Garcia, no.
Mr. Garcia votes no.
Pardon me, aye. Sorry.
Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, no.
Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. Case?
Aye.
Mr. Case votes aye. Mr. Bentz?
Vance votes no.
Mr. Bentz votes no. Ms. McCollum?
McCollum votes aye.
Ms. McCollum votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Tlaib?
Tlaib votes yes.
Ms. Tlaib votes aye. Mr. Hand?
Trahan votes no.
Mr. Hand votes no.
Are the members,
Cohen votes no.
And Mr. Cohen votes no.
are there members who wish to vote or change their vote?
This is Representative Stansbury, and I vote yes.
Ms. Stansberry votes aye.
How is Mr. Tonko recorded?
Mr. Tonko is recorded as a no.
Trahan votes yes. My apologies.
Mr. Hand votes aye.
Mr. Cohen changes his vote to aye.
Mr. Cohen votes aye.
If there's no other members who wish to change their vote or vote, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 23 and the nays are 18.
Where am I, right here? The ayes have it, and the bill will be favorably reported. And we move to HR 1415, Tribal Coastal Resiliency. The question is on the unfinished business, the ANS to HR 1415. Members in favor will unmute and indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed will unmute and indicate by saying no.
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 The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the ANS is agreed to. The question is now on adopting HR 1415 as amended in order in favor reported to the House. Members in favor will unmute and indicate by saying aye.
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 Members opposed will unmute and indicate by saying no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the bill is adopted as amended and ordered favorably reported. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Mr. Chairman, I request to report a vote.
Report a vote being requested by the ranking member. The clerk should call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
Grijalva votes yes.
Mr. Grijalva votes aye. Mr. Westerman?
No.
Mr. Westerman votes no. Mrs. Napolitano?
Yes.
Mrs. Napolitano votes aye. Mr. Young?
Yes.
Mr. Young votes aye. Mr. Costa? Mr. Gomert? Mr. Sablon?
Yes.
Mr. Sablon votes aye. Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes no.
Mr. Lamborn votes no. Mr. Huffman?
Aye.
Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes no.
Mr. Whitman votes no. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes aye.
Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
At this point, I could.
Mr. Gallego?
Gallego votes aye.
Mr. Gallego votes aye. Mr. Graves?
Graves, no.
Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Neguse?
Aye.
Mr. Neguse votes aye. Mr. Heiss?
No.
Mr. Heiss votes no. Mr. Levin?
Aye.
Mr. Levin votes aye. Mrs. Radewagen?
Radewagen, nay.
Mrs. Radewagen votes nay. Ms. Porter?
Yes.
Ms. Porter votes aye. Mr. Webster? Ms. Leger Fernandez?
Yes.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes aye. Ms. Gonzalez Colon? Ms. Stansberry?
Yes.
Stansberry votes aye. Mr. Fulcher?
Fulcher's no.
Mr. Fulcher votes no. Ms. Velazquez. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Ms. Stagett.
Get votes aye.
Stagett votes aye. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, no.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes aye.
Mr. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Carl.
Mr. Carl, no.
Mr. Carl votes no. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes aye.
Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, no.
Mr. Rosendale votes no. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes yes.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Mr. Moore.
No.
Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Soto. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes no.
Ms. Harrell votes no. Mr. San Nicolas.
Mr. Nicholas votes yes.
Mr. San Nicolas votes aye. Mrs. Boebert. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia votes aye.
Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, no.
Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. Case.
Aye.
Mr. Case votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes aye.
Ms. McCollum votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Talib. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Mr. Hand votes aye.
Are there members who wish to change their vote or record their?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Talib votes yes, please.
Ms. Talib votes aye.
Thank you.
Webster votes nay.
The Webster
Mr.
votes.
Mr. Webster votes no.
Anyone else? If not, vote is closed and the clerk will report.
Just a moment, sir.
From
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 24 and the nays are 16.
the ayes have it, and the bill, the legislation passes and will be favorably reported to the House. Let me now move to the UC package. You know, with the cooperation of the ranking member, Mr. Westerman, and other members of the committee, it appears that we have worked out an agreement on 9 bills scheduled for markup today. Before we begin, does any member seek time to speak on any of the bills in this unanimous consent package?
Yes, I do more.
Mr. Moore, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks for the opportunity to speak in support of the Bonneville Shoreline Trail Advancement Act. I am a proud co-sponsor of this bill, which was introduced by my good friend and a friend to a lot of people on this committee, Representative John Curtis. Utahns understand the value of our lands. We love to ski, bike, hunt, fish on them, all manner of recreational activities with our families. Much of Utah was once covered by Lake Bonneville many thousands of years ago. It's a cherished element of our history. 3 major shorelines of this lake are still visible today. After decades of work, the Bonneville Shoreline Trail Advancement Act will help us complete an epic 280-mile-long trail that follows the shore of this once great lake by making several adjustments, including to the Birch Canyon Trail near Smithfield in Cache County, to swap out approximately 326 acres of wilderness area that intersect with the trail for an equal amount of wilderness area added in other areas. I emphasize a 1-to-1 swap. Because of the wilderness lands that intersect with the trail, bikers are unable to use that trail. By making these broadly supported boundary adjustments, this bill will significantly bolster bike, hike, and equestrian access. Utah's entire delegation stands together in supporting this important legislation. The bill also enjoys significant support from the environmental and recreation industry. Mr. Chairman, to showcase that support, I request unanimous consent to enter into the record letters of support from members of the environmental and recreation industries.
Without objection, so ordered.
I'm grateful for Congressman Curtis's leadership on this effort, and I note that the Forest Service, this also has Forest Service full support of the bill. I look forward to voting for the Bonneville Shoreline Trail Advancement Act, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized in any of the bills on UC?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Congressman Soto?
Mr. Soto, you're recognized.
Thank you so much. I want to thank both the chairman, Grijalva, the ranking member, Westerman, and my fellow Floridian, Congressman Webster, and others for your support on bringing the Kissimmee River restoration, Wild and Scenic River bill on the UC for today. We are going to be accepting, obviously, the AINS as an important compromise. We just finished restoring this after 30 years, spent over $1 billion, and now this will allow us to move forward on the study. And especially with $1 billion just today, 1.1 billion to be exact, announced for Everglades restoration by the Biden administration, it's very timely for us to continue to protect the very historic and critical river of glass for both our waterways, for our habitat and wildlife corridors, and for tourism in Florida. So thank you all for your support.
Mr. Soto, gentleman yields. Anyone else? As we've done before, I'll make a single UC motion to discharge the agreed upon bills. I ask unanimous consent that the Subcommittee on National Parks, Forests, and Public Lands be discharged from further consideration of HR 268, the Palo Alto Battlefield, HR 2512, Chisholm and Western Trails, HR 2551, the Bonneville Shoreline Trail, HR 4009, the Enslaved Voyages Memorial, HR 4358, the Little Manatee Wild and Scenic River, HR 4380, the El Paso Community Healing Garden, and HR 4404, the Kissimmee Wild and Scenic River. I ask unanimous consent that the Subcommittee for Indigenous People of the United States be discharged from further consideration of HR 441 regarding the Tanana Tribal Council in Alaska. I ask unanimous consent that the Subcommittee on Water, Oceans, and Wildlife be discharged from further consideration of HR 2793, Highlands Conservation. Without objection, so ordered. Now, I ask unanimous consent that the following bills be adopted and ordered favorably reported as described to the House of Representatives. HR 26268 with an ANS offered by myself, HR 441, HR 2512, HR 2551, HR 2793 with an amendment offered by myself, HR 4009 with an amendment, Grijalva number 72, HR 4358 with an ANS offered by myself, and a second degree amendment, Westerman number 1, HR 4380 and HR 4404 with an ANS offered by myself, and a second degree amendment, Westerman number 2. Without objections, the motion to reconsider are laid upon the table. Thank you. All members shall have 2 days in which to file supplemental, additional, minority, or dissenting views. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be allowed to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the bills ordered and reported today, subject to the approval of the minority. I also ask unanimous consent that for any bill ordered reported today with amendments, that the bill be considered reported with an amendment to strike out all after the enacting clause and insert the text of the bill with its perfecting amendments adopted in committee. Without objection, so ordered. And thank you very much. Meeting's adjourned. Appreciate everybody's endurance. Thank you.